2020 in the name of the Minister of Home Affairs. Minister, would you like to present your matter?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I don't recall getting the recital from your office on this matter.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, asking to introduce for its second reading the consideration of the Riddles Bay Parish.
Okay.
Okay,
Mr. Speaker, I will do it. Yeah, I didn't get a recital. I don't recall getting a recital from your offices on this. But with your permission, I wish to introduce for a second reading the Riddles Bay Ward Parish Special Development Order 2010.
Any objections? No objections? Continue, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the consideration be given to the draft order titled Riddles Bay Ward Parish Special Development Order 2020, the order to be made by the minister responsible for planning and exercise of the power conferred upon the minister by Section 15.2 of the Development and Planning Act 1974. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to take this opportunity today to provide this Honorable House with further information on the historic importance of this scheme, in addition to providing detail on the process that has led to the formulation of this SDO. Mr. Speaker, the order seeks to grant permission, in principle, for a period of 10 years from the date of this order being made for the development of the site, subject to conditions outlined in Clause 3.2 of the order. The conditions include, but are not limited to, Mr. Speaker, all applications for final planning permission of the residential lots shall be in accordance with Residential 2 Development Zone as specified in Chapters 9 and 27 of the Draft Bermuda Development Plan 2018. Status reports of the Conservation Management Plan must be submitted at various stages of the development, and site inspections must be undertaken to confirm the requisite conservation management plan has been completed. Roadways must be installed prior to the development of the new vacant residential lots. The development of the nature reserve area, the open space area, the recreational area, and the woodland reserve area shall be in accordance with the provisions set out in the Draft Bermuda Plan 2018. Mr. Speaker, the order also seeks planning permission to subdivide land with conditions outlined in Clause 4.2, Clauses 4.2, create 18 vacant residential lots totaling 23 acres, 9.307 hectares, approximately 25% of the property, intended to each accommodate one detached house. Develop 4 conservation areas totaling 64 acres, 25.899 hectares, an estimate of 75% of the property, and comprised of a nature reserve totaling 18 acres, 7.284 hectares, an open space area totaling 14 acres, 5.665 hectares, a recreational area totaling 19 acres, 7.689 hectares, and an open space area totaling 13 acres, 5.260 hectares. Develop an internal system of roadways and associated parking areas, a network of footpaths and private and communal outdoor areas, and landscape grounds. Mr. Speaker, Clause 5 of the order declares that, and I quote, "Nothing in this order grants planning permission, final or in principle, for any matters of development for which planning permission is required, apart from any matter for which planning permission in principle has been granted by paragraph 3, and planning permission for the subdivision has been granted by paragraph 4, end quote. To be clear, applications must be submitted for planning permission for the development of each of the 18 lots. And I'll repeat that because I think it's very important that people understand that. To be clear, applications must be submitted for planning permission for the development of each of the 18 residential lots. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind honorable members of the history of Riddles Bay Golf Course. Early legislation of this property dates back to 1925, includes an act that was passed by the then Parliament to use public funds to financially assist a privately owned golf course. I am sure that honorable members can remember that access was only available to the privileged few. I believe that access was only granted to certain affluent Black members in the latter 20th century. It is unfortunate that for far too long, this club, like some others, was closed to the majority of Bermudians. Mr. Speaker, I am most proud to stand before and sit before in a virtual house, this honorable house, almost a century later, in support of an order which grants all island residents public access to 64 acres of land. Mr. Speaker, I have received much commentary on the legitimacy of the developer's intention to have the new conservation areas accessible to the public. Please allow me to assure the general public that the developer, a Bermudian, has remained transparent and steadfast with his intention on creating valuable conservation land, not just for the general public to enjoy and interact with, but also to provide critical habitat for birds and other flora and fauna. I have a letter of commitment from the developer, Mr. Daniel Tafur, which confirms the following. The 46-acre gardens, areas B, C, and D, and I am quoting from the letter that I received, Mr. Speaker, just for information, will be accessible to the public for a minimum of 50 hours per week. The exact time and days for opening hours are subject to change based on seasons. Required maintenance and guidance from environmental groups on changes to access for protection of plant and animal species during specified time of the year. The 18-acre nature reserve, Area A, will be accessible to the public by appointment only. This is for the protection of the bird and plant life in the area and prevent overcrowding in the most ecologically sensitive areas of the site. The nature reserve will serve as an educational resource for schools, student groups, and environmental groups. The exact time and delays for opening hours will follow those of the gardens and are subject to change based on the season's required maintenance and guidance from environmental groups on changes to access for protection of land and animal species during specific times of the year. Mr. Speaker, before this scheme was submitted as a subdivision application to the Department of Planning, I have been made to understand that the developer first presented the scheme to a former administration in determining options on how to approve such a scheme. It was always acknowledged that the proposal could not be approved through the regular planning process. Simply put, the residential zoning of the site did not afford the Development Applications Board, known as the DAB, the discretion to grant subdivision approval for residential lots despite the enormous planning gain through the creation of new conservation areas. Mr. Speaker, it has been most disconcerting to learn that the minister at the time was more disposed to approve the scheme via an appeal to the minister responsible for planning. An appeal decision would have been the sole decision of one minister, and therefore absent of the proper debate and scrutiny by the legislature of which we now sit today. Further, I am informed that it was intended to protect the new conservation areas via a Section 34 agreement, an agreement which can be changed at any time, subject to ministerial approval. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to fast forward to the present day, where the rightful method to approve such a scheme is via a special development order, SDO, a framework that ensures absolute transparency through debate in the House. It is important to note, that an SDO is a form of planning permission, lawful planning permission, under Section 15 of the Development and Planning Act 1974, and is granted when the development is considered to be in the national interest, perhaps also termed the public interest. In this case, the Riddles Bay SDO undoubtedly involves a tremendous public gain given the creation of new conservation areas which the public can access. Mr. Speaker, it is of value to mention that the consultation that the developer undertook with all environmental groups in advance of submitting a subdivision application to the Department of Planning. I will repeat that because I think it's important to state that, Mr. Speaker, again. It is of value to mention that the consultation that the developer undertook with all environmental groups in advance of submitting a subdivision application to the Department of Planning. Specifically, detailed presentations of the scheme had been made to BEST, the Audubon Society, Green Rock, and the National Trust. Mr. Speaker, to this end, I would like to share a snapshot of comments made which are on record by these environmental groups. Firstly, the Bermuda Audubon Society, and I quote, "While we are loath to see any of our precious remaining open space given over to development, we accept that in this case, there is a pragmatic need for the new landowners to sell some lots for development in order to be able to set aside a sizable area as a reserve which will benefit Bermuda as a whole." I will now go on to Green Rock, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "If anything, we saw it as a potential planning gain for the people of Bermuda in terms of expanding the land back to protected green space." End quote. Mr. Speaker, it will be remiss of me not to explain the in-depth assessment of the scheme performed by technical officers within the Department of Planning. This project has undergone an exhaustive environmental analysis and scrutiny. I'll repeat that sentence as well, Mr. Speaker. This project has undergone an exhaustive, I repeat, exhaustive environmental analysis, and scrutiny. The application submission included a comprehensive environmental impact statement and conservation management plan by virtue of the statutory advertisement process required by the Development and Planning Act of 1974. This application was afforded public scrutiny. I'll repeat that. This application was afforded public scrutiny because the law requires it, Mr. Speaker. The submission details were comprehensively reviewed by technical officers of the Department of Planning and Environment and Natural Resources. That's two departments, not just one, Mr. Speaker. That's two departments. The Department of Planning and Environmental and Natural Resources, as well as non-governmental organizations and members of the community. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Planning, in their review of the comprehensive submission, reached the conclusion that the proposal represented an appropriate form of sustainable development which would bring about notable public benefits that would outweigh any harm brought about by the loss of recreational zone land. Mr. Speaker, the Department's board report, which is accessible on their website, clearly articulates the following salient points. One, the Development Applications Board did not have the discretion to approve the application, given the subdivision of land for residential lots is not permitted within a recreational zoning as per the draft Bermuda Plan 2018. Given the inability of the DAB to approve, coupled with the position of the department that the application represented, a scheme of national significance and importance, it is therefore warranted a special development order. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 15 of the Act, planning permission granted by a development order may be granted with or without conditions. So let's make that clear, Mr. Speaker. SDOs and their approval is neither unlawful or overriding planning approval. They are part of the planning process. I just want to go slightly off script and make that clear. A number of stringent conditions have been included in the order, which sets out the standards of the development lots in addition to the requirements regarding how the conservation management plan to create the new conservation areas shall be implemented. Mr. Speaker, in essence, it is the addition of the 64 acres of conservation land that garners the national interest component of this SDO. The two conservation lots split into 4 categories include nature reserve, open space, recreation, and woodland. Significantly upgrades the conservation status of the existing recreational zoning. Notably, the vast size of this conservation area in its entirety exceeds the size of the majority of government nature reserves and or national parks on the island. Mr. Speaker, I must also clarify the misinformation that has been espoused by some objectives in respect to the level of protection which is afforded to land zoned recreation. Development is actually permissible on recreational zone land, such as sports clubs, racing tracks, educational facilities, and horse stables. Even accessory uses to recreational development, such as commercial and even tourism accommodation, are permitted. Land formerly zoned as recreation has been zoned for other uses in Bermuda. And I'll give 2 such examples, Mr. Speaker. Include Summersfield Academy, formerly the National Sports Club, and the Newstead Belmont development. Other zones such as nature reserves and open space reserves are afforded significantly greater protection. from development than recreational zones. Mr. Speaker, against the backdrop of the current challenges being faced by our community, I am certainly proud to introduce this scheme that represents a significant ecological and social gain for the island. It has undoubtedly tremendous potential to inject an estimated $75 million in capital investment into the economy, provide as much needed stimulus to various business sectors, including construction, landscaping, real estate, and other retail services and industries. And most importantly, provide jobs for Bermudians. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I would like to once again take this opportunity at this time to thank the developers, in particular Mr. Daniel Tafur, for undertaking such a significant venture, which entails much needed new investment into our country, as well as valuable conservation land for the benefit of the community. We applaud the developer for continuing to believe in Bermuda as a sound and promising jurisdiction in which to invest. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank some others. The technical officers at the Department of Planning and other agencies who have contributed to the preparation of this legislative effort. The Director of Planning, Ms. Victoria Pereira, Mr. Larry Williams, Mr. Paul McDonald, and Parliamentary Counsel Amani Lawrence. I've included that the PS for Home Affairs, Ms. Razia Azar, and others who have given us counsel through this process. Mr. Speaker, I now invite honorable members to give consideration of the order. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the said, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, just invite.
I move that the said order, the draft order be approved. I'm sorry, be considered by members of the legislature.
Exactly, just have the other members consider. Are there any other members who wish to speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the honorable member, Mr. Richards. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start with my remarks and weigh in on this, I would like to thank the minister and his technical people for reaching out to members of the opposition in advance of today's parliamentary sitting.
Honorable member, you are very low on your volume. I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes, a bit better, yes, thank you.
Okay, I've got my mic turned up as loud as I can.
All right, that is better, thank you.
Okay, I'll speak louder. Okay, I was saying that I want to thank the minister and his technical people for consulting with members of the opposition in advance of today's sitting. It was very helpful to sit with him and his technical people to understand the process that this SDO went through to bring us here where we are today. And I just want to thank him for reaching out to the opposition and for allowing his technical people to brief us and to bring us up to speed. Now, Mr. Speaker, as SDOs in Bermuda, and when you're dealing with rezoning land in Bermuda, there's going to be a certain amount of controversy involved for a number of different reasons. We live on a very small island. In a lot of neighborhoods, we're kind of jam-packed up next to one another. Bermuda is one of the densest countries in the world in terms of residential density. So whenever there is a planning application made or a change in rezoning, it's inevitable that there are certain feathers that are going to get ruffled. And that's what's happened with this SDO. Now, my personal view is my personal view. I'm going to give that today. And my parliamentary colleagues, they will come behind me and they will speak on some of the concerns that they may have regarding this SDO. Now, the positive things that I see about this project is that it's going to take a very large piece of land that before this was used as a golf course, and as the minister alluded to in his comments, in the past it has a very checkered past, with certain segments of Bermuda not being allowed to enter that property or If you weren't a member of the golf club there, you couldn't play on that property. So we all know the history of Riddles Bay. It's well enshrined in our cultural history. So I'm not going to belabor that point. We all know that. Now this land that is private property now, it was purchased in 2000, well, Riddles Bay went into receivership in 2016 and was later purchased by the developers. And the developers took a risk. They raised the capital to buy that property, and there was no guarantees that they were going to be able to get that property rezoned from recreational to where it is today. So they took a risk, and the risk is paying off. Make no mistake about it, there is an altruistic aspect to this development, but the developers stand to make quite a bit of money off of this development. I do not begrudge them of that. So basically what we have is 64 acres of conservation land which is being created by what we're doing here today. Part of that land, that 64 acres, will be natural reserve. Another portion will be open space. Another portion will be woodland. And then a certain amount will remain recreation land. And of that development is the 23 acres that will be zoned vacant residential property. And of that 23 acres, they will be divided into 18 lots, which will be sold as residential lots. Now, it is interesting that there may not end up being 18 homes built on that property, because I've been made aware that the developer is encouraging potential buyers to buy more than one lot so that they can have a home and a nice big yard that goes with it. So even though there's 18 lots, there's no guarantee that there will be 18 homes built on that property. Now, with any development of this type, when it's made public, there will inevitably be objectors to the project. And that is the case here. There were 39 written objections to the development. And the most common objections were actually related to the zoning changes. So the change of zone from recreation to what we're doing here today resulted in 39 written objections being submitted to the Department of Planning. In addition to the 39 written objections, there was a change.org petition that was started, and apparently it was started before the project, well, it was started in the early days of the project. And this petition was signed by approximately 3,000 people. And I think a lot of us listening and who are in here today will be aware with change.org. It's a very popular method to make your opinion and voices known. Now, what is interesting is that of that change.org petition, it was signed, of the 3,000 that signed it approximately, it was signed by both locals and non-locals. So it wasn't entirely Bermudians who signed that petition. The non-locals, some were probably foreign members of the Earl Riddles Bay Golf Club, who felt that they did not want to see that land changed or rezoned into anything but a golf course, which is understandable. Now, the minister in his remarks mentioned something that came up during our meetings with him before this sitting today. And that was that the developer has committed that public access would be granted to the 64 acres of conservation land. So that's a very positive thing for Bermuda. It's going to be new conservation land added to the stock that we already have. And the Bermudian public, according to the developer, will be allowed access to that land. Some of it will be during certain times, such as the natural reserve aspect of the land, which is understandable because you don't want people trampling all over national reserves 24-hour a day. And the minister mentioned in his remarks that he has a letter of commitment from the developer ensuring that the public land will be open to the public. Now, on a personal level, this is causing me some concern. I felt that, and I expressed this to the minister during our meetings, that public access to the land should be enshrined in the SDO. And it doesn't appear that it is enshrined in the SDO. The minister has a letter of commitment. Now, my fear is that as time passes and this SDO fades into ancient memory and, different people come into play on the parts of the developers and the owners, that someone in the future may say one day, I don't want the public having access to this land for whatever reason. Who knows? I can't see into the future, but I do know human nature. And my fear is that because the public access aspect is not enshrined in the SDO, this may be problematic at some point in the future. One thing about SDOs, once we get out a certain number of years from the SDO, then we really see whether it was a good decision or a bad decision, and the same will be the case for this particular order. Another aspect of this process that is problematic for me is that the Development Applications Board, which basically opines and makes rulings on planning applications in the island, was legally prevented from making a decision regarding this SDO because it involved rezoning land. That needs to be remedied. I believe if we're going to have a Development Applications Board, then they should be given jurisdiction on all things relating to development in Bermuda. Now, the minister did say in his remarks that an SDO is a form of planning permission. Well, I think that can be debated. My view is that the DAB should be given authority and oversight over these types of decisions, and I would encourage the minister to bring forth legislation to remedy this. I think it's a quirk. I'd never heard of it before this particular SDO, and it's causing me some discomfort, and it needs to be addressed. The positives for this development is that we find ourselves in an economy that is struggling at the moment. We're going to need investment, inward forward investment. Hopefully this project will do that. There have been some numbers bandied about as to how this development will benefit Bermuda. I've heard numbers from 45 million to 75 million. That will remain to be seen. But the island finds itself in a situation where we need inward forward investment. We need construction that is going to result in jobs for Bermudians. So that's our definite benefit that we will get as a result of this development. Another benefit is that a large, as I've mentioned previously, a large 64-acre lot of conservation land will be created. And as I mentioned, Bermuda is densely packed, so anything that adds to our nature reserves is appreciated and will benefit Bermuda in the long term. The minister mentioned that the conservation groups in Bermuda were consulted. That's a positive. So I'm glad that they were brought into the process. And to their credit, the developers listened to the recommendations that they were given. So my comments, I'll keep them short and sweet. That's where we're at. I do believe that this development has the potential to benefit Bermuda in a number of different ways. There are some concerns that I have. I've outlined them in my remarks, and I'm fully certain that my parliamentary colleagues will come behind me and express their view on this. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll sign off.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's MP Gordon Pamplin.
Yes, MP, go right ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too wish to add my vote of thanks to the Minister for enabling a consultation process to occur between his technical officers and us in the opposition so that we had a better understanding of the underlying challenges in respect of this particular development, the steps that have been taken, and the purpose for which the Minister has seen fit to be able to make an approval or to recommend this, to make a recommendation for the special development order in respect of this property. I want to also go back, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister's opening salvo, in which he spoke about the history of the property. And my comments are actually going to mirror those of my colleagues, so I do apologize if it appears to be duplication, but I believe there are some things that need to be said more than once in order for them to make sense. So in the early 1900s, when the act was put in place for the development and the creation of Riddles Bay, the minister has indicated that it was closed to the majority of Bermudians. And it was accessible through membership and exclusivity by people, for the most part, who didn't look like most of us today, sitting in front of these cameras today. There had been, towards the late 1990s, if not early 2000s, some members had been brought in, Black members, more affluent Black members had been brought into the membership of Riddles Bay. And therefore, I believe that the board at that time may have believed that they thought that their attitude and their satisfying of a cross-cultural experience had been manifested as a result of the embracing into membership of those people who were not previously members. But here's what's interesting, Mr. Speaker. This development has now, notwithstanding this SDO, notwithstanding all the positive attributes to which the minister has spoken, was sold when Riddles Bay went into receivership, was sold to the highest bidder. And the highest bidders were effectively of the same melanin as were those people who owned the Riddles Bay from the beginning. So I'm not sure that the minister, in making the reference to how different the ownership looked in the early 1900s, that he's actually given thought to the fact that the people who are now coming for permission for this SDO are actually in the same category, the same demographic. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. Mr. Speaker, you will very rarely, if ever, hear me speak of the segregation of the races and the perpetuation thereof in terms of the decisions that we make in this honorable house, because it is my fervent belief that any decision that we make here has got to be made for the better good of the entire country. So I'm not holding it against the existing owners who were the highest bidders, who were the successful acquirers of this property. I'm not holding it against them, what they look like, but I just wanted to point out the dichotomy of the minister's statement talking about the people who started it and now the people who are coming to him for special development. There is no difference. And yes, we acknowledged and recognized, as my colleague has indicated, the history behind the exclusivity and who could and couldn't go to Riddles Bay way back when. However, this SDO has with it a commitment that there would be public access. Public meaning that anybody would be able to, within certain constraints, because we recognize certainly that with areas such as nature reserve and stuff, there's an ecological balance that has to be struck. And clearly we do not want to upset that ecological balance by determining that anybody can go anywhere, irrespective of the zoning of that particular area. However, the minister indicated that there is, and my colleague referred to this, a letter of commitment by the developers. And I'm going to underscore and reiterate that that is a cause of concern. The cause of concern, as has been articulated, is exactly the fact that a letter of commitment is not a contractual obligation. And while this property is privately owned property, and there may be certain legalities, I'm not a lawyer, may be certain legalities surrounding what the government can or cannot demand. The fact that this property was acquired as recreational space with no promise of it being developed or developable in terms of residential structure, then I'm not sure that I understand that if the developers are coming to the government to ask for a special dispensation, that the government cannot demand of them to ensure that it is enshrined in the legislation in respect of the public access. Because what we don't want, you can be assured that with the 18 lots that are there for construction, we may be challenged to find a complete or a representative demographic mix as we have in Bermuda as a whole. So I don't want to sugarcoat that aspect of it, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that we realize that a letter of commitment is today's commitment by today's people. And what's going to happen when today's people move on and tomorrow's people, who are the beneficiaries of today's people who now own this property, step in and make the determination, well, you know what, this is our property. We have the title deeds, and we also have the the developers, the people who have developed the properties, who've got their money, they sold off, they have the deeds to the plots which they have purchased. So the whole thing fades into oblivion from the perspective of what today's letter of commitment says. Because when you now sell off these lots, who's to say that the purchasers of these lots are not going to change their minds about who they want wandering around in their front yards in terms of the area that is going to be publicly accessible? Looking at the plot plan, as has been shared with us, Mr. Speaker, there is, conservation area, nature reserve, recreation, and woodland areas, but the properties that will be developed are along the fringes, are along the perimeter of those protected areas or rezoned areas in the middle. And it's not going to be long, I would hazard a guess, that somebody's going to make the determination that I don't want this person setting up their picnic table on the public aspect of the land because it just happens to be outside of my house. And that's not an uncommon experience that we have had with people who have certain privileges or take certain liberties because they believe that they can have these privileges, Mr. Speaker. So I am extremely concerned, and we did bring this up with the minister, so we are not blindsiding him with this comment or observation or concern, that the public intent, the public accessibility ought to be enshrined in the SDO. This is a situation, the purchasers knew that they had something that they were not able to develop at the outset, and they are now receiving special dispensation to be able to develop. So if they know that they are going to get something of this property that they didn't know was possible, and didn't think that they would get at the outset, then I think that they should at the very least agree to the minister enshrining in the SDO the restriction when it comes to, or the commitment that they put in their letter in terms of access to the public. I realize that at the moment as we speak, parts of that property have been closed off, and it is now not accessible to the public in certain areas. So I'm not going to, and I understand that, because at the moment this is privately held property, and if somebody who owns a privately held property chooses to chain off their access points, it's their decision and their discretion so to do, in my opinion. However, to come to the government to ask for a special dispensation, I believe that those railings and those fences perhaps need to come down, and that there is something that is enshrined so that somebody somewhere down the road doesn't change their mind. Now, the minister also, in giving the history of this project, Mr. Speaker, in giving the history of this project, indicated that under a previous administration, when this matter was brought to a previous minister, that previous minister sought to approve a development of sorts, or looking at this, I don't know the exact determination that was made at that point in terms of how far down the path this traveled, but the minister suggested that the former minister was going to approve whatever he was going to approve solely as a minister, as opposed to going through the process of a special development order. We recognize that the Development Applications Board did not have the authority, and in the lack of their authority would have shown that something is deficient in the DAB. And my honorable colleague spoke to it most eloquently by saying we've got to fix that aspect of it, as opposed to bringing something in front of a minister to provide or to consider an SDO, bring it to Parliament for its scrutiny, when the technical officers are the ones who have all the expertise. So I fully accept and expect that we are going to have some kind of change to the legislation in respect of enhancing and clarifying the powers of the DAB, so that they are not put in a situation going forward of having to make a decision that maybe they would have agreed with 100%, but find that their hands were tied with making the decision. And by not being able to make the decision, it fell to the purview of the technical officers, who have done a sterling job in this. I have to applaud the work that they have done. As we spoke with those technical officers, I realized, Mr. Speaker, that those technical officers have a passion about this project because they believe in the ultimate outcome. They believe that the idea of protected areas such as woodland reserve and open spaces and recreational spaces and nature reserve is in the better interest of the country. Mr. Speaker, I'm a lot of things. Hypocritical is not one of them. So in this instance, when we are talking about allowing the ability to have construction done, we recognize, and in a way, I'm almost sorry for the government, because up till this point, there has been such a paucity of ideas by the government in trying to find something that would assist with economic stimulation for the economy. So I'm not, on the one hand, going to criticize government for having no ideas for economic stimulation and then try to knock them down on the other side by saying that I'm not going to agree with what they are doing, because that would be hypocritical, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, hypocritical is not one of the things that you would append to me. However, Mr. Speaker, I think that what's important is that when the minister found himself in the situation of having to look at an SDO, and that the fact that he felt the necessity to bring in that the vehicle that was available to a previous minister, and I have to say that I sat in cabinet for the entire time of the previous administration when this deal all went through, and I don't remember any specifics about this. So clearly, whatever happened with it may not have reached the stage of advancement to the point that it became something for us to consider. So this was all kind of, the development of it was kind of new in terms of where we are at the moment. But the minister made it appear, and he may not have intended so, but the way it came across, that there was some clandestine motivation on behalf of the minister of the day in terms of being able to look at this project and to be
Point of
able.
order, Mr. Speaker.
Oh,
Point of order.
yes.
You take your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, and I don't believe necessarily that the honorable member is doing this purposely, but is unintentionally misleading the House, but also implying improper motive of myself as if I'm trying to do something clandestinely. And I don't believe that is in the spirit of what I've given this presentation. And I think it's unfair for the member to suggest that. It is definitely misleading the House, Mr. Speaker.
I
I mean,
accept.
just be mindful that at this point, I think the comments, both sides, yours, your previous colleague and the minister have been pretty favorable.
And Mr. Speaker, I'm also very favorable. I'm just saying that when the minister gave his remarks, he was very careful to note the history. And I'm just saying that it came across to me. I'm not saying that that minister had that intent. I'm just telling you it came across to me that something something untoward might have occurred under when the previous minister was looking at this.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Came across that way.
Point
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Take your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there's a bit of misleading the House going on here. I'm stating what is public record. I'm not stating something clandestine. This is a matter of public record. That is why we are aware of it. It's a part of the record of the transactions around this property preceding myself.
Mr.
Thank
Speaker,
you. Thank you, Minister.
I accept that, and I will move on because there certainly is no intent to, to malign the minister or to suggest anything, negative in terms of his comments, which he says are public record. I just find it interesting of his necessity to underscore that bit that he was going to do it, the previous minister, all by himself, but I'm utilizing the vehicle that's available through the planning discipline to be able to bring this via SDO to the House. That was my only reason for making that comparison. So I think it's important. The other thing that I was concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is that apart from the objectors who submitted their objections, we have the opportunity to speak with the minister and to ask whether he had the opportunity to meet with any of the objectors personally. At the time that we met, early part of this week, he had not met with any of the objectors. And so I said to him, does that mean that notwithstanding there were objections, and I just want to make this clear in terms of the process, that notwithstanding that there were objections, that the minister did not meet with those objectors. The minister very clearly advised that he has looked at the objections as they were proffered to the department, and it is based on those. He evaluated the objections, and this is just being positive to the minister to say that he's taking it step by step. So I don't want you to think that anything there's no but coming behind this statement, minister. I just wanted to say that that was a concern of mine, whether you met with the objectors. And in meeting with those objectors, in not meeting with the objectors up to the point in time at which we spoke, I'm not certain what's happened subsequent to that, because that meeting with us was maybe Monday or Tuesday, and a week is a long time, and especially a long time in politics. But I did want it to be known for the record that we did ask the question, because it was important to us to fully understand the process. And the minister let us know. Mr. Commission, your mic needs to be muted, please, sir. In the meeting, the minister did let us know that he was very able to take into consideration the content of the objectors, whether he met them face to face or not. That was his prerogative so to do, and he chose to do that. I don't even know whether any of the objectors requested to meet with him. I don't know that, but it just seems to me that a natural step would have been that that those meetings would have occurred. I think the technical officers certainly have the capability of evaluating and maybe putting into certain types of objections, whether the objection was the development, whether the objection was the fact that it was going to be private or part of it was going to be, I don't know what the objections all were. We haven't seen all the objections. I mean, I haven't seen all the objections, but I certainly understand that the minister has indicated that he has carefully evaluated those objections. Let me also say, Mr. Speaker, that the injection into the economy, the minister indicated a number of about $75 million through construction, landscape, real estate, and other sort of auxiliary services surrounding the actual development. And we have been screaming for inward foreign investment. So, as I said, I could not, on the one hand, be asking for something and then on the other hand, criticize it if it does happen, because we need construction jobs. We need our people to be working. We need something that's going to give a boost and give a shot in the arm of our economy, which for the past 3 years, COVID aside, this economy was in free fall prior to the challenges that we've had with COVID and the additional money that we've had to expend in that regard. As it was told to me, Mr. Speaker, that our country is on the second swirl down the toilet. You know that when you get to that stage, that second swirl, there's not much left to hold on to. So that is the light in which we were seen as a country. We were effectively holding on for dear life. So it's important that there is something that helps to boost us as a country and to shore us up so that we don't go down with the third swirl. So, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague has indicated, that he has given his observations and his comments in respect of this, we actually had the opportunity to meet with the developers as well, and with the owners of the property as well. And it's always important to us that we hear both sides of the argument. So to be able to meet with the owners and to understand the history from their perspective, to meet with the objectors, to understand the objections from their perspective, and to meet with the minister and his technical people, and to understand the work and the process that they have undertaken in respect of this process, then we certainly feel that it has been fully considered at this point in time. Whether in the final analysis we will end up with exactly what we are hoping for remains to be seen. Nothing is certain. But I've always been made aware that if you do today what others don't, you'll have tomorrow what others won't. And if you do the same thing today that you did yesterday, then your tomorrow is going to look exactly like today. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that what we've seen for the last 3 years of this administration is that they have done daily what they did the day before. So there has been no measurable progress for the people of Bermuda. So if this is the first step in that direction, then I believe as an opposition, we have to be able to support it. However, the evaluation of the amount of benefit that will go into the economy, the minister indicated 75 million or about that, hoping that there'd be about $75 million of contribution to the economy as a result of this. My shadow minister has heard numbers between 45 and 75, as we have heard. Then I just think that the number remains to be seen. But the only concern at the outset of that number, looking at the real estate aspect of it, I don't want us to be overly, overly optimistic. I don't want us to be overly optimistic of realizing what we look at now as being the possible economic economic input into our community. And I say that because you will know that real estate at the moment, and without the effective change to immigration it's going to be a problem. And I don't like to sound like a broken record in that respect, but there is virtually little that we do that doesn't link in together. And we have a significant number of houses, even high-end houses that are on the market. I understand that that market is just beginning to show some green shoots, but it is not robust at the moment. It's not galloping. It is just very gently trudging along. So to put more lots on which luxury homes are likely to be built, and whether it's going to be one per lot or whether people are going to purchase 2 lots, and whether we end up with 18 new construction developments or whether we end up with, with 10 or any combination thereof, there certainly will be jobs in terms of the agricultural section, because the landscaping that's going to be required to ensure that real estate, whether developed or undeveloped, and the property, the conservation area and the areas that we are now creating, both in terms of nature reserve, recreation, woodland, and the like, they will have to be maintained and they will have to be kept in a pristine condition. The only thing else that I wanted to mention, Mr. Speaker, in that respect is with the 23 acres of residential, they are perched on the most, and understandably so, they're perched on the best part of the property, obviously to maximize the value of those of the site itself. I think the minister indicated, I just had to go back to the SDO, that there is a 10-year period of time within which the development would have to be completed. I believe that's what the minister said. He could correct me when he comes back if I'm incorrect. But I think that given what we are seeing with this development, given the process that has been gone through, given all of the steps one by one, the only thing that I could say is that when you look at the Morgan's Points of this world, when you look at the other developments that have been had that have not been able to continue to drive the economy in any way, shape, or form in terms of how the real estate market is doing, I just shudder a little bit and caution a little bit that we not be overly optimistic of the amount of economic activity that will come from this into the economy. That said, Mr. Speaker, I believe that my comments have been exhausted. I thank the minister again and the technical officers for their the work that they have put into this. But it is vital, Mr. Speaker, that we go back to the requirement to have this this public access enshrined in the SDO and not left to somebody giving you a letter of commitment. And I don't for 1 second question the intent of the developers today. That is not my concern. It is what happens when they ride off into the sunset and somebody else may have a different thought. So with those few comments, or maybe not so few, but with those comments, Mr. Speaker, I will permit others to contribute to this debate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, honorable member.
I would like to speak, please.
It sounds like Mr. Simons. MP Simons,
Yes, it's me.
you have the floor.
First of all, I want to make it abundantly clear that I support this SDO, but I do have reservations. But before I get to my concern, I'd like to make some clarification. As was said by my colleagues, yes, we do have to review the process of DAB approvals when it comes to these type projects. And
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Yes.
what's the point of order, Mr. Speaker? I just said I suggest that we review the process. I'm not making any allegation or
Mr.
anything.
Speaker, isn't this my point of order? It's not Mr. Simons.
Yes, Minister, make your point of order.
Mr. Simons is misleading the House.
Mr. Speaker, I am not misleading.
Let me make a point of order.
It's not my point of order. The DAB process around all applications is clear and transparent. and supports proper development. This is the same process that would have been afforded him as environment minister and every environment minister under the previous administration. So certainly if there was a review process needed, he himself and other previous environment ministers would have instituted it. I reject that this process needs to be reviewed, Mr. Speaker. That is misleading the public as to the integrity of the process.
Thank you. Mr. Simons, MP Simons?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to continue.
Yes.
There has also been talk about the letter of intent and why it was not embedded in the SDO. Let me make it clear that the people behind this project I know well. And I asked them about this letter of intent. And as far as they were concerned, they were doing as what was asked of them. They wanted the letter of intent to be a part of the SDO, or it can be included in the SDO proper. In fact, I understand they've sent a letter to confirm their agreement to be in the SDO because they bought this property also as a commitment to provide access to open spaces. And so I am not that concerned. I don't think want to question the doubts and integrity and what the intent was for the owners, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, they have indicated to me they thought that the public access was going to be in the SDO, but it's not. They were just following what they knew because they are not experts in this field. But as I said, the letter of intent, they have asked that it be part of the SDO. So that's something that the government could consider because they purchased it as a gift to Bermuda as far as access is concerned. So I just want to clarify that because I have recently spoken to developers on this matter to get some clarity because it just did not seem right knowing the players, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to have cleared that up for the House of Assembly in that vein. Now, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about the history. When I first heard about this project, I too was intrigued and reflected on the checkered history of Riddles Bay. Mr. Speaker, I would say, like many Black Bermudians, why should I feel guilty if I'm going to walk or drive through Riddles Bay? No one's stopping me. But because of the legacy, you feel like you're trespassing on somebody's property. When you go down Pakistan, they still have the barricades up. Part of Bermuda, you still can go through there in 2020. To me, those vestiges of separatism should be addressed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's called checkered institutional racism, Mr. Speaker. And so I don't believe in 2020 that I should feel guilty when I take my grandson or my wife and family out to an open space because it was privately owned and because it was segregated in the past and because you have a sense, I'm not saying that it is, you have a sense that you didn't belong out there. So when I heard that the developers were purchasing this from the liquidators and their first priority was preserve conservation spaces, I said, you have me on board. Because as you all know in this house, and I think most people know that I am very committed to the environment and conservation. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is a gift. And if we compare the size of the lot to other national parks and other nature reserves, you'll be astounded to see how big this is. And I'll start from one of the smaller ones. The Arboretum, Mr. Speaker, is 22 acres. That's a park and nature reserve. The Paget Marsh is 25 acres. The Botanical Gardens is 36 acres. Southlands is 37 acres. Spittle Pond is 64 acres. Mr. Speaker, Riddles Bay is 66 acres. So to have access to this nature reserve and park is a benefit to this country. It's a health benefit, it's a social benefit, and it's a place whereby recreational activities will be able to take place. And if a family wants to take the walking trails and walk over the 83 acres, they probably can. Mr. Speaker, I had a tour up there 2 weeks ago, and as far as the conservation management plan is concerned, they have a robust one. They're working with David Wingate. David Wingate is involved with the nature reserve and the preservation of the flora and fauna. You have a number of mangroves up there, and he's helping the developers with that. He's also working with local landscape designer David Cox. And so to me, this is a truly, truly Bermudian initiative. We don't have a whole lot of expatriates coming in to work this project. This is a Bermudian project with a few foreign investors to begin with. Mr. Speaker, the developers are Bermudian. They are committed to Bermuda. They have young children. And to show how committed they are in regards to this project, when the property, the 18 lots of land are sold and the buildings are built, the residents of the estate will pay a management maintenance fee. And part of that management maintenance fee will go into a $3 million trust that will be used to provide the resources to manage the conservation spaces going forward. They are serious about preserving the open spaces and the conservation lands for the next few generations. They have an irrevocable trust, as I said, that will provide the resources to sustain and manage the open spaces, manage the reserves, and manage the other conservation features that are attached to this project. So I have no doubt that the intent of the developers was twofold, yes, to make some money, and you can't knock that. I mean, at the end of the day, there is approximately 93 acres there, of which 25% is going to 18 lots, and as my colleague, Mr. Richards said, there may be only 13 developers, because they're encouraging possible investors to invest in 2 lots. So you might get 13 new houses on 93 acres, and 75% of the development is for conservation purposes. Mr. Speaker, to me, this is truly a gift to the people of Bermuda. It's a gift from private landowners and who have made a commitment to Bermuda and a commitment to sharing this pristine property with the people of Bermuda. And they're committed to have their commitment to maintain access to the people of Bermuda in the SDO. It is not their issue that the access to this property was not included in the SDO, because the access in their mind could be included in the SDO with no objection from them. A few other things that I'd like to speak to. I'm just going to go through my notes if you allow me a second, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've heard a lot about the objectors, and, you know, when we have SDOs, we do have objectors. And we have an objection process, as the minister said, and you go through the objection process. The other issue is you cannot hold the developers from developing and investing in this property as a commercial interest, because they purchased it from the liquidators of Riddles Bay. Liquidators of Riddles Bay, through an open tender process, invited other investors to buy the property. I don't know what happened, but it was an open process, and they were the highest bidders, and they took title of their property legitimately. If there are people in thousands...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Continue, point of order.
Take your point of order, yes.
The honourable member, I don't know if he's intentionally or not, maybe misleading the House. That was not put out to open tender.
Thank you, member.
I'm not retracting. I have heard what he said, and I'll continue, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in addition...
A point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Point of order.
The honourable member must retract that, because it was not an open tender bid. It was not. And I'm speaking from personal experience. As one of the possible purchasers for it, I can tell you it was not an open tender.
Present the evidence, Mr.
Okay. We don't have in front of us any document to support or deny that, other than the fact that the honourable member said that he did participate in the bid process.
Yeah.
And someone who did participate.
He said he was going to participate.
He indicated that he was involved in the process.
Okay, I accept that.
And without having evidence in front of us on either way, I'm just going to say, be mindful of your comment in that if he did participate in it and you and I didn't, he would at least know the terms under which he was participating.
I accept
and
that.
I can't speak to that.
I accept that. But I will go on to say, that was just part of my comment. So I go on to say, if they had thousands of objectors, then those thousands of objectors could have gotten together and purchased the property from the receiver. That's my point.
Okay.
They could have purchased it from the receiver, but they chose not to for whatever reason. And so these Bermudians put together a proposal and gathered other Bermudian investors to buy this property for a business proposition, and also to provide a gift of conservation land to Bermuda, access to conservation land to Bermuda. There was also concern, Mr. Speaker, about closing the reserve. The reserve is sensitive. There are flora and fauna that are protected, that are on the endangered species list, and that area will be closed off on an intermittent basis, depending on the breeding season, depending on the growth of the mangroves and the ecosystems therein. So yes, because it is a reserve, they reserve that option for the benefit of protecting the nature reserve and the flora and fauna that are found in that ecosystem. But like I said, you still can go in there, schools can go in there, students go in there, environmentalists can go in there to have a look around when it's appropriate and a timely fashion. Mr. Speaker, I think those were my main issues. As was said, you know, and I take my colleagues' comments about will they be able to sell the 18 lots? That has yet to be seen. But as was said by the Honorable Patricia Gordon Pamplin, if this is the first step of the PLP government's initiative to infuse new capital in this country, then I support it. Because at this point in time, there's nothing else coming down the pipe as far as new inward investment. And so I know these developers have access to investors because of the nature of the businesses that they earn. And so if we can get some of their investors to Bermuda, because they're all in the high net worth space, then it would inure to the benefit of this country from a social economic point of view. There will be jobs. There will be jobs at Riddles Bay in regards to property maintenance, the open spaces, the automobile issues, the coastal protection issues, the planning issues, the construction companies, and so forth. So this would be a boost to our economy. I mean, in the past, one would have said, okay, well, if the economy was doing well, then we may not have looked as favorably from an economic point of view. But at this point, there are no other major players coming down the road that's going to provide that type of capital between $75 to $20 million as an infusion to our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, I am supportive of this project, and I want to also make sure that it's clear that the developers are committed and have put in an infrastructure to ensure that access to the community is preserved for generations to come. It is not their fault that the access was not included in the SDO, because they thought it was going to be included in the SDO. So on those brief comments, I'd like to reiterate my point. I support this endeavor, and I will be voting in favor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other Honorable Members who may wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon. Mr. Swan, just remind if you can use the video.
Is it on?
Oh, yes, it is. No, it's on. Actually, you need one of these, right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Blue and blue all day. Mr. Speaker, I am duty bound to speak to this. And I'll start off by providing a bit of historical perspective. Because for me, when we talk about Riddles Bay, it is very personal, and I declare my interest. I declare my interest that as a young boy, I caddied at Riddles Bay. I would go to Belmont first, my father making 8 o'clock as a police officer would drop me off at about 7:30 on his way to make the 8 o'clock shift in Hamilton. And I would walk up to Belmont, and if I didn't get a rip with the hotel guest at Belmont, I would walk up to Riddles Bay about 11:30, and I'd get a rip. I'd get a caddy in the afternoon at Riddles Bay. This would be about 1972, or thereabouts, 71, 72. Mr. Speaker, little did I know at that time that my path would be intertwined with golf, and that I would be in my 60s carrying the message of those
who were denied the opportunity to play Riddles Bay and other courses in Bermuda because they were black. I found it interesting that no less than 3 speakers, and the last speaker coined a new term, checkered racism. Well, I just looked up the definition to see if I was missing something. Riddles Bay didn't practice checkered racism. They, in the words of Ira Phillip, who used to write for the Bermuda Recorder, and he knew many of the stories of my Uncle Herman Santucci Bascom, Tucci they called him, the greatest golfer to ever play Riddles Bay. They practiced rigid racism. It was a rigidly segregated society. And when the minister opened reference in the Act of 1925, in which Riddles Bay were afforded public monies, they were so blatant in those days that they can come to this house and get public funds. And the acts are there, the statute books are available today, and then outwardly and openly deny persons from expressing their talents because of the color of their skin, because they were black in Bermuda. I'm looking, Mr. Speaker, at a picture of my late Uncle Herman Bascom, Herman Tucci Bascom. And that picture I share with you, Mr. Speaker, is the taller gentleman of Herman Tucci Bascom. In the background is the tennis courts at Riddles Bay, where the putting green is today. The young man in the picture is the late Mr. Grapes Rayner, Mr. Raymond Rayner from Rayner's Garage. His children, one or two of them may even be listening. His brothers, Alden Rayner, the great cricketer. All of them, Cyril Rayner, all of those Rayner used to come caddy as well. My Uncle Herman was a revered golfer in Bermuda, along with the late Bill Pitt Sr., along with the late Earl Lowe and George Lowe, the father of our late speaker, Stanley Lowe. They were Riddles Bay players, accomplished players. Their history connect with the legendary Joe Louis. There's a photo of them together, Mr. Speaker, with Joe Louis and the like that I feel duty-bound to share, Mr. Speaker, because this photo has those very Riddles Bay golfers right here, Mr. Speaker. There they are, those Riddles Bay golfers with the heavyweight champion of the world. And to his immediate right is Bill Pitt Sr. On the very end is the big Herman Tucci Bascom, bigger than Joe Louis. To his other side are the 2 Lowe brothers, and on the end is the legendary Louis Raphael Corbin from St. George. And Bermuda golfers were celebrated. They were talented. And, you know, when you talk about golf, that period in 1925 was the period of when Bermuda was going through a renaissance, a new birth. But blacks weren't included in that new birth. Then you talk about property, and the opposition talk about a checkered past. I'm calling it a racist, overtly racist past, because golf courses became the product which up people's values. And I wish I had the resources to be able to tell you who actually owned all that property of Riddles Bay before it became the golf course. Now, personally, Mr. Speaker, as you know, I declare my trade as a professional golfer who has been a member of the PGA European Tour. I say that because there are people that want to diminish that, because, you know, the residual of that racist past still lingers on today. We only have to look at every statistic in this country as it relates to economics, and you would be able to see that its existence runs very rampant in this country. And when we have persons who would want to refer to it as a checkered past rather than calling it what it is, it has the opportunity to live on, even though we may really want it to go away. We can't wish it away. we have to do things to make it go away. The opposition today have said, listen, maybe it needs to be written in the order and the like. Now, let me tell you how I personally feel. You know, you can't walk. The way I feel about Riddles Bay, I feel that some monument honoring Herman, honoring George Lowe, honoring Earl Lowe, honoring Leonard Jones and Earl Anderson were Belmont golfers. That's a story for another day. But these Riddles Bay players, Mr. Crofton, the father of Alex Crofton, the Riddles Bay golfers that were openly denied, we need to have something there within those confines that can honor their legacy. That very picture I showed you, you could start with that. Those pictures that are there. Because at that time, when Bermuda was building Riddles Bay and simultaneously developing mid-ocean, they were displacing the black community who had properties for farmland. And let us not forget soul cattle. Herman was taught by Earl Anderson. Earl Anderson, my grandfather's first cousin. The Andersons came from soul cattle. All but the Mussons stayed. There was displacement in prime properties across this country. And there's a commission looking at that. And there are people that don't want that looked at. Even people that look like me as well don't really get as passionate about those wrongdoings as I do. But I hold in my heart a responsibility to those persons who taught me and made it so that they shared their hurt and pain. And Mr. Speaker, as we talk about the Riddles Bay had the opportunity to remain being an 18-hole golf course today. The honorable member gave a point of order on Mr. Simons, but there's an article in the Royal Gazette, if he cares to go back to that speaks to Mr. Zane De Silva, the honorable member from Southampton East, the same constituency across the way from Riddles Bay, where most of those persons who were coming there to vote for him are descendants of the very people who were denied the opportunity to ply their trade and their talents internationally. Because internationally at that time, there was a Caucasian-only rule in effect for the top golfers in the professional ranks in Bermuda, and it coincided with the existence of racist practice in Bermuda. And that's certainly something that has its presence in modern day society. Because as people in the Caribbean, our brothers and sisters and family down in the Caribbean are looking, and around the world are looking at reparations in a real way. And what form does that take? Because as we look at properties across Bermuda and look at who may have had the waterfront properties at one time and then were systematically displaced into more congested areas of Bermuda, that contributes to the fact that in a country where you could have as upward of 60% of the population black, and yes, upward of 60% of the population black, because when you do a census, you take every person who's actually in Bermuda. But when you look at every Bermudian in Bermuda, that number becomes greater. That percentage becomes far greater. And that institutional economic side of racism, which was born out of white supremacy. That's the truth. That's what it is. That's what we have to grapple with. That's been passed on to generations. So the kumbayas of the world as it relates to how we tackle this is causing us more harm than good, I would respectfully submit. So I would take that suggestion, Mr. Speaker, and I would talk to my colleague, about it, because in my heart, I know that I celebrate the Minister of Culture and how she's working hard to capture that forgotten history. But there are many heroes and sheroes up and down this country that we need to celebrate as well. And this presents an opportunity. This presents an opportunity for us in Bermuda as we're looking at this. As we're looking at this redevelopment opportunity at Riddles Bay. But I must underscore that the Honorable Zane De Silva, when he put his bid forward, I remember some of the utterances that were taking place on the blogs and some of the whisperings that he was even happening at the golf course. Oh, he'll develop it all. I know one thing, he loves golf. We wouldn't have the Bermuda Championship if it wasn't for the Honorable Zane De Silva and my good friend and his good friend, Patrick P.H. Horgan III, whose parents honeymooned in Bermuda in the 50s. We wouldn't have that for that love that they have for golf. So Riddles Bay was developed and designed by one of the greatest golf course architects of all times, and that was Mr. Emmett Devereaux Emmett, and he was connected, Mr. Speaker, with Charles Blair McDonald, who developed Mid-Ocean Club. And if you look through that same statute book, you'd see that at Mid-Ocean Club, Charles Blair McDonald had a property that we had to pass a statute for after he died, a bill to be able to allow his non-Bermudian and non-British relative offspring to inherit. That's the type of thing that went on. I'm half interested as to whether or not that same property in the context of that was one of the homes that was owned previously by Black Bermudians, a Lambert or a Burgess or a Talbot or a Smith, who were moved out of Talker's Town. So Riddles Bay would have been celebrating their centenary in 1922, and as one who appreciates golf history and appreciated the design by Emmett Devereaux, there's a very clever design on a short seaside windy golf course. Had very many hidden gems of areas there. I was very saddened that was lost. But any person who owns property around there today knows that when Mr. Zane De Silva put his application in, he was looked at more Zane De Silva PLP. So you could say that, oh, well, it was, two people of like that were looking at it or the like, but the truth is that when you become Zane De Silva PLP, it's a lot different than someone else who may not be associated with the Progressive Labor Party. History is important. And when we don't embrace it and truly take the opportunity to delve in it, we could end up making the same mistakes. This order before us today is a teachable moment. It's a moment when my Uncle Herman Bascom at least will get his name and his picture mentioned in Parliament and tabled in Parliament because someone felt it not robbery, Mr. Speaker. Someone in this country, many people in this country felt it not robbery to make laws that prevented him, both in Bermuda and in America, Mr. Speaker, for him to be denied the opportunity to do what I was allowed to do. And I tell people when I was doing it, he was far more talented than me. I had to look up to him in many ways. That's the reason why I can carry his spirit here today. And he was taught by someone else, a man who gave him up to go into the church, Earl Anderson. And they used to play Riddles Bay, Mr. Speaker, at the Crack of Dawn on a Sunday. And my Uncle Herman Bascom had the opportunity to shoot a 59 at Riddles Bay on the 15th hole. Calvin Rocky Hendrickson Sr. can tell you this story better than I. And two gentlemen by the name of Veazey and Young stood on the green that day when Wade got this. That Tusha's on a roll. And they picked it all up and threw it to him. That's not checkered pass. And when people came to this country in the 60s and 70s, Mr. Speaker, when they came to this country in the 60s and 70s and told people, well, I wasn't a part of that. I come here from England. You'd have to look at somebody else's family. What they did is they saw a system that would benefit them if they turned a blind eye. No matter if they were labeled when they got off the plane, they weren't labeled when they stayed in Bermuda for over a year. I've lived long enough to see that and experience that, and I can name people that became that, and it's a shame. That's the challenge to our humanity that we must delve into. That's why a shrine honoring Herman Tushy Bascom and Earl Lowe and George Lowe. I'm calling the Riddles Bay boys there in first, Lou DeRosa. I'm calling their names first. Mr. Crofton, Alex Crofton's father. Those are the people that we need to honor in that shrine in somewhere that's going to be there. Because their spirits are there. And their spirits will always be there. And as I said when I started, Mr. Speaker, I wish I knew the history of Riddles Bay before 1922, because I know enough about it since 1922. Out on the end, it's called Burgess's Point. You got Perott's Island just not too far from there. And we know the families. We know the Darrell family across the way. Mr. Darrell went to his grave, carrying the same type of spirit that I'm carrying on behalf of Herman and Earl Lowe and Earl Anderson and George Lowe and Bill Pitt Sr. and Louis Raphael Corbin. So we have an opportunity. Because we don't know the truth. And people are afraid. People that have those properties, they're afraid that people are going to uncover. What I'm asking today, who owned it before 1922? Why was it so that they needed to go to the government at that time? All those type of questions are questions that inquiring minds need to know when it comes to this particular area, Mr. Speaker, and era. But for those who love golf like me, who are crying because the 1922 Riddles Bay can't be celebrated because there's no golf course, need to ask themselves what went through their minds when Zane De Silva, PLP, developer, successful businessman in this country, put his name forward to earn that property and develop it. Because those same persons didn't lose sight that they would like a golf course. They just didn't want that golf course to be associated in any way. Why? associated anyway without the type of construct that they had become accustomed to. And that's where white privilege comes into play in this country. It runs rampant in this country. There are persons just like me because they're called a spade, but I've always done that. And anybody that knows me knows that this speech that I've given many times over the last 45, 50 years of my life. But Mr. Speaker, today I'm calling on behalf of George Lowe, the father of our late Speaker Stanley Lowe, and Earl Lowe, his brother, the uncle of the former Premier Alex Scott and the Honorable Member Scott, and Lou DeRosa, the cousin of former South Anthony's MP Reginald Boris, and Earl Anderson, my grandfather's first cousin, Herman's teacher, and Herman, my beloved uncle, who taught me the game of golf and allowed me to be here today with some knowledge and understanding, just a country boy who grew up around Southampton, Warwick, playing golf. On behalf of people like Calvin Rocky Hendrickson, who carries that same spirit in his heart, I'm here to tell you that some type of memorial in those lands to lay to rest their spirit is necessary. Because the mindset that did that in 1922 and 25 as they developed that and practiced that Caucasian only rule in Bermuda, it's the same mindset that on Painters Road built a luxury house on a church, Ron, where people were moved around Harris's Bay. We put a golf course through a graveyard in Tucker's Town. Long before any type of movement came about in more recent years to be able to uncover it so that people could clear it out and the like. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. The country needs the development. But an honorable member did say, from the other side, did say that it would be nice to be able to walk through there and not feel inhibited, because that speaks to that other side of the railroad track. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, the most private golf course in the world, the most exclusive golf course in the world, you could stand 100 yards from it and not know it's there. It's called Pine Valley. And symbolically, you could be standing literally on one side of the railroad track, and the most exclusive neighborhood in the world is right there. And when I drove up to the gate, because I knew when I went there, it gave me that intimidating feeling. And I drove up, and the guard says, "You can go no further." I said, "I knew. I just wanted to be able to see it." I looked on Google Maps on my iPhone, and I just wanted to do it. He says, "You can go turn around. There's a putting green right there, and there's one of the first tee right there. You can drive around and go. But do you know that within a mile of us, nobody knows that we're here?" Yeah, that's the other side of the railroad track that I understand, because I've been trained in that environment. I understand it, and it's wrong. And this is an opportunity on this recreational and different categories of zoning to make sure that it is accessible and to honor those and to look back beyond 1922 just to make sure that it wasn't the Tucker's Town we just didn't realize took place. Doesn't hurt to be sure. I'm sure a few conveyancing people could look and say, "Yeah, Swan, you raised a good point, but it's so." Burgess's Point was named after the Burgesses that were there, and they weren't the Burgesses that looked like you. They were the Burgesses that looked like somebody else. That's where that name came from. there's another area that might be named after the Fritz or something like that. You know, that we owe it to ourselves to find these things out. Because from generation to generation, if your family had a connection with soul cattle like mine, or your great grandmother owned the property on where the Southampton Princess is today, like mine, generations talk about the compulsory acquisitions. I was lucky enough to get the story from the late Dame Lewis Brown Evans about my granny's property at just up the hill where the Fairmont is today, the halls. And she was a Boris before she was a Hall. Edgar Boris' sister from Jews Bay. That's my family, all the way from the water up the hill. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about an opportunity to address some things while we're making some economic stimulus available. And let us not look at Black Bermudians who may have the opportunity to buy over there as well, so that if we Black Bermudians have the disposable income, I'm not going to be one, but if so, that our children would feel welcome in that community. That's an important part of that persons aren't looking at, is that if you keep it the way it is, you know, you can move in the neighborhood and not feel comfortable. And that's all the type of things you have to look at when you're talking about a social dynamic that needs reversing, needs changing, needs altering. This construct in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker. Just looking here at another screen that says that North Carolina is looking at reparations. I raised it earlier. I know that other countries, I know that CARICOM is looking and asking questions, because people would have us say, look, the finance minister's just come and up the debt ceiling to $2+ billion now. $3+ billion. Do you know the money paid to white slave owners in places like Bristol was just paid off? The amortization was just paid off more recently. So the people who were enslaved ended up paying for the people that were enslaving them. And in Bermuda, we have to put it right. We have to hold hands together and address this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sounds like MP Scott.
MP Scott, and I see your
MP Scott, you have the
I see your
floor.
family member is wishing to get in. If he does,
Yes,
honorable member, I can defer to you, or you can let me go.
I'll go ahead, Mike, and you can come behind me.
All right. Very well.
Okay. MP from constituency 28.
Yes.
MP Lester, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to the listening audience. Again, to my honorable colleagues. Mr. Speaker, first off, I just want to declare my interest as the representative for the constituency which Riddles Bay is located in, Warwick West, C28. I just want to declare my interest before I begin to speak. Mr. Speaker, I support this Riddles Bay Special Development Order 2020, which is being brought by the minister and his team. I support this for two reasons, Mr. Speaker. A lot has already been said on this by members before me, but I just have 2 points that I just want to reiterate so that my comments can be noted, Mr. Speaker, is that this project, which is estimated to bring in, and definitely during this time where we're looking for economic rejuvenation to get our economy back up, this project, which is anticipated and estimated to bring in $75 million to our economy, Mr. Speaker, that is something that cannot be overstated as we are looking to grow the economy back, Mr. Speaker. And this will, along with the economic impetus, it will bring and create 150 to 200 jobs. And during this time, that is definitely something that we are looking for, as we know that a lot of Bermudians have either been misplaced from jobs, had jobs reduced. So this is something that we are definitely looking for to get Bermudians back to work, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, I do want to note is that MP Richards and his concern, and which has also been raised by other members with regards to access, from public access to this, to these lands. I also want to say that that I support this bill, but I just want to make note that there are reservations or provisions will hopefully be included so that there will be stated access by the public to these lands going forwards in the future. Members did note that at present the owners that there is my opponent stumbling that there is their intent, but however going forward that we don't want to lose sight of that the public does have access to these lands, Mr. Speaker. And with that, these lands, which there are 64 acres, which will be turned over for national park and other zonings, national reserve, national park, and recreation land, Mr. Speaker. 64 acres is a lot of land. This would make this the largest national park in Bermuda, and that it sits in my constituency. I am happy to hear that, Mr. Speaker, and that the total amount of land in this property, which I believe is up to 90-something acres, that 64 acres, which will be turned to different zoning, will be used to the benefit of the public, which has been stated. Schools can come and visit. There can be studies done or projects of people come and use this land, utilize it for those reasons, Mr. Speaker. To the lands that are outside of what will be deemed the national park land, there's an estimated to the west and to the east, there is 8 acres of land to the west, which is on the shoreline, and 17.4 acres to the east, which is bordering the properties which will be along Burnt House Hill and those areas. So with this development, Mr. Speaker, there's being taken care of two sides, which will be the property development, which the owners and those that are building the buildings, the homes, and that people can buy, that they will have their space, their privacy, Mr. Speaker, which will not be encroached on by the national park or nature reserve, which is rezoned to, Mr. Speaker. So again, I support this for those reasons, the economic impetus that this will bring to our economy, and also that it will create one which will be our largest park in Bermuda for public access, which I hope, again, I would like to state with that provisions will be made for that to be included in this going forward so that we don't lose that public access, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, I just have just a few brief comments so that my comments can be noted as I am the MP for the area. And those are my comments, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I will close my comments.
Thank you, MP. You warned me in the beginning. You started saying you wanted to clear your interest. I thought you had I was wondering what interest you had up there that hadn't named the owners yet.
Yeah, no, I'm not a golfer.
Another member wish to speak.
I'm not a golfer like the previous member before me.
MP Scott, would you like to speak now?
Mr. Speaker, we have thanks, Mr. Speaker. We have a list, and I have to and will defer to Mr. Commission.
Okay.
I just consulted our internal list. Thanks, Mr.
No
Speaker.
problem. Mr. Commission, would you like to speak now?
I don't know what's happened to Mr. Commission. I will go in his.
I suggest you go ahead, Mr. Scott.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know you were asking Dennis Lister III whether his declared interest was a piece of real estate, a luxury real estate, which we could come visit him in. And
I thought he done something that went wrong.
yes. I didn't discuss it with you. Some secrets. But Mr. Speaker, everything about this Riddles Bay order is positive and carries positivity to it. And I want to commend the deputy as premier and Minister with responsibility for SDOs and planning, Mr. Ban, for bringing it to the House. And by bringing it to the House, by bringing it to the country. The project represents scalability and the ratio of 18 luxury homes in a setting of some 64 acres of green, mature grounds with existing luxury homes, Mr. Speaker, that bodes well for the project. It is an insertion of more development, 18 more excellent developments that will attract, we hope and pray, new residents, inward investors of a high income net worth bracket. Will, we hope, ensure that the dwellings go from foundation to roof plate and to occupation, all reflecting, as the honourable member, my colleague, Mr. Dennis Lister III indicated, is generative of jobs, generative of a stimulus to our economy of, as has been stated, of some $75 million, with continuing progressive GDP impact over 21 through to 2023. So, Minister and Deputy, an excellent project, an important project for jobs, for development, for a timely project at a time as we reimagine and reinvent ourselves coming out of COVID-19. And, Mr. Speaker, there's a metaphor that's taking place already on and whilst I'm congratulating Minister Robban, I want to congratulate the Honourable Zane Stephen De Silva, former Minister of Tourism, for his initiative at attracting luxury yachts. There are 3 of them now, drifting and moored in our Bermuda waters. They are safe, COVID safe, COVID-19 safe waters, and they are luxuriating themselves and disporting themselves, the occupants of these 3 luxury yachts, because of the policy that former Minister De Silva went into Europe and promoted, and elsewhere in the world. And I'm hoping that this metaphor, 3 luxury yachting boats, is reflected in the kinds of inward movement of residential purchasers of the 18 units over in Riddles Bay. I can't help but emphasize the positivity aspects about this. Unlike other developments that have not worked out so well, the one in Morgan's Point that just simply it's not working. And then there's the Cross Island example of the OBA's experimenting stimulus workings. Riddles Bay, notwithstanding the closure of the golf club, represents a mature residential luxury environment. I know that, therefore, that is a sensible, predictable magnet for success of new residents moving into that area, because it's settled, it's mature, it has residents in it of a certain wealth class. These are the types of things that make neighborhoods work for these kinds of wealthy confines. I'm spending time on this, and I'm dealing with these elements as bluntly and as truthfully as I can, not forgetting, of course, Mr. Speaker, that I, as a Black public official who has watched the history of Riddles Bay and of Tucker's Town and or Fairylands, these are Bermuda realities. They do find a place in our economy. And for our purposes and for the purposes of 18 at least the new entrants, it will be positive for all Bermudians, black and white, because it's going to create jobs for carpenters and masons and interior designers and decorators and landscapers. And one day, hopefully in this project, there will be black purchasers of these and residents, more of us who are able, because we reimagine ourselves as we come out of COVID-19, and we reimagine ourselves as we've been urged to do, Mr. Speaker, in the environment of Black Lives Matter. We find new ways to create deeper equalities of wealth and happiness amongst both the black population, the majority black population, and the white population. So, Mr. Speaker, high commendation to the deputy with responsibility for planning matters in our country. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't have my video on. So, Mr. Speaker, may I now turn to the eminently powerful comments and remarks of Member Force in Constituency 2, who calls for a sensible and significant representation of presence to reflect Black history, Black white segregation of this area of Riddles Bay, so that, and this was the point taken up by the Honourable Minister Cole-Simons, so that Black folks feel a native connection with Riddles Bay at last, because historically we have not. And a way to achieve it would be to involve Black historians, Black artists, constructing a visible, significant monument there in Riddles Bay, so that we have a warm feeling about the area, so that there isn't this sense of we're not welcome that's continues to exist. To the developers, I want to commend and thank them for their generosity of offering the public space at Riddles Bay on this 65 acres. In the document that I have possession of, that was the helpful notes that were provided by the deputy premier. I mean, at point 6, the site will be open to the public. The developer has given written assurances. It's a scant 2 lines of commitment to the public element of this project, of this important project. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the developer and encourage the developer to give high prominence to the opportunity for this element, this 6th element in this development order of having this place having Riddles Bay be accessible by all of us, to be sensitive and do things in the public element and in the public development that makes us feel, and it's easy to do, makes us all feel comfortable and welcome. I see that so far, Mr. Wingate and Mr. Hayward and others are getting involved in shaping some of the ergonomic environmental aspects of the site. But I'd like to see Black historians making a contribution, as was suggested by the Honourable Member, Mr. Swan. You won't have a Black comfort feeling without Black involvement in the structuring of the development of the public space, the area into which the whole public will have access. So we don't want to commit the error and the mistake of just making this developed and managed by white ergonomic experts and environmental experts. Let's have all of us taking part, so that having taken part, we have a stake in the matter of the public space, and we'll take our children and grandchildren there, and it'll be a happy arrangement. These are the things, Mr. Speaker, that are going on. This is the debate that's going on across the globe as Confederate statues are removed because of the stench that they create in the psyche of onlookers. In Bristol, England, where colonialists and slave owners, statues are being removed. So we have an opportunity to do in Riddles Bay an equivalent kind of music that will make us a more harmonious nation. Even though this is iconology and this is imagery, but they do make a difference. So participation by Blacks and whites on the public space is something that I join the Honorable Dennis Lister III in calling for. I hear that the Honorable Shadow Environment Minister, Mr. Richards, is calling for it. I'm calling for it. I think all the movements would welcome this kind of balanced involvement and participation on the structuring and configuration of some 64 acres. That's a lot of land. It's almost such public domain should not be exclusive, even in our reshaping of it. It should be inclusive, and I look forward to that taking place, Mr. Speaker. I have mentioned the point about how Riddles Bay, because of all of its features, its settled, mature, residential nature, makes it so distinct from Cross Island. Clearly, it's distinct from Morgan's Point. The Minister and Deputy Premier has been extremely fortunate and lucky in landing this project to the side of the boat. It has all of the elements of being a successful magnet to attract residential clients and residents. And when it does so, we all know how that impacts the economy in our supermarkets, in our clothing stores, in our schools, at the level of contractors engaging in the build-out of such a major development. And so, not to lose sight, I don't want to gloss over it. I believe that placing a memorial to Black Lives Matter, to the lives that do matter, to some of the personages that the Honorable Member, Mr. Kim Swan, called upon. Now, I'm not predicating that it be the Honorable Member, my colleague, Mr. Swan's idea, but some suitable facsimile representation would be the kind of representation of a presence to reflect that we've moved away from the segregation of the Riddles Bay to a place in 2020 and 2021 of a more inclusive Riddles Bay. It's past time that we break away from these dreadful systemic parts of our history and walk forward and walk forth boldly with these kinds of representations. And so I wish the project Godspeed. I wish and commend Minister Raban for bringing the Riddles Bay SDO order to the House, kicking off a most necessary development stimulus project project at a time when it is sorely needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope Mr. Commissioner does not find himself.
Thank you, MP Scott. And does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, I'll join the debate.
Happy Commissioner, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Not bad at all. You have the floor, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, Kim Swan did give us a overdue history lesson, and his invocation calls for a historical reckoning, which is also overdue. Mr. Swan said, and I quote, "Do something to make it go away." He talked about the erection of some sort of tribute on the site, I guess, to those classic and inestimable Black Bermudian golfers, particularly of the post-World War II era, up in that area in Riddles Bay. I myself was thinking, as he said that we perhaps could be looking at a representational statue, rather, of a Black golfer in that peaceful area that would be wooded and will miss the gardens, that would have a plaque that talked about those giants of that era, as Mr. Swan did, and he did an admirable job today. In fact, it was one of the best presentations I've heard from Mr. Swan in a long, long time, and he's had some very good presentations since he's been with us over the last few years. But he gave great honor to those men, some of whom were his relatives that he looked up to as a young boy. Now, as a former Riddles Bay caddy myself, I can't remember Mr. Swan caddying there. I wasn't caddying there for too long, but with the Stoneham boys and the great Edgar Smith, I won't mention his nickname, I'm tempted though. We used to caddy there every now and then. I think we sort of stopped going as much when some of us got jobs at White & Sons. And the return on our investment of time at White & Sons, I gotta be honest with you, was far better than caddying at Riddles Bay. But I always remember the Riddles Bay golf course as an idyllic patch of Bermuda. I can't name the holes, but when you're going up on that hill, and Mr. Swan would know what I'm talking about, on the eastern boundary of that course, and you make that hill, and then you start going back around to catch those sea view views of that border, that golf course. As a little 12, 13, 14-year-old, it was magical to me. Magical. I always remember that course. I thought it was one of the prettiest patches of land I had in Bermuda that I had ever seen. So I do have some memories about that. My family, my mother, was living up in that area, up in that Camp Road area during that time. I built some great friendships, and can't leave out the occasional swimming at Riddles Bay at the dock itself. Wonderful area. So yeah, a statue that sort of represents the archetypical Black golfer of that period. And like I said, a plaque that will contain all those names and give a brief history, including the history of exclusion and racism that played such a key and fundamental feature at that courses around Bermuda, and let's be very frank, throughout Bermudian society at that time. That sort of epitomized, as he mentioned, white privilege. There are, in quick run through of the numbers, $75 million investment over a few years, I believe over 5 years, I can be corrected. It's a modest investment. It's nothing, by today's standards, we're going to shout hallelujah. I don't think we're at that point now. In contrast, we know that the airport was a $300 million investment, despite the blighted nature of the deal in question. But it's welcomed. It is welcome. And I want to commend the minister for seeing it through. 150 to 200 jobs, an increase in tax revenues, which are desperately needed. If you heard our finance minister, who, against the odds, and the odds increasing every day, I might add, is doing a fairly good job. And I think he's managing to maintain the confidence of Bermuda's people and investors on side with Bermuda during this very, very parlous crisis. I'm very happy about the establishment, and I think one of the members from the other side, I think it's Mr. Cole Simons, who has a deep and authentic love for us maintaining Bermuda's natural heritage as much as possible, and not, like me, not wanting to see every bit of land go to development. I think anybody who gets on a plane today, and it's probably been said before, and I may have said it myself, flying out and flying in, you wonder what's left in Bermuda to develop. And most of that will be a conversation for another time. But 66 acres is nothing to sneeze at, being reserved for, I guess, what you would call sort of woodland reserve, a park, if you could, open to all Bermudians. The actual development itself is, I believe, it's the 18 houses which are slated to represent only 25% of the total footprint there. And so I think it must get a guarded, qualified thumbs up. I have no reservations in saying that. But getting back to MP Swan's comment about do something to make it go away. We need to teach the history, and so I've given you my ideas as how that can be done by way of a walking tour through that area once it's put in place as woodland reserve. But I think there are other tangible things that could have been done. And I make this as no ongoing criticism of the minister and nor my government. But I firmly believe that in return for things like, as we move forward, like that SDO, for the various licenses and permits, I believe that these types of developers will be more than willing to sign on to achieve racial equity goals and objectives. So conceivably, why couldn't we have them make a pledge to ensure that 50% of their employees are going to be Black Bermudian, that 45 or 50% of the subcontractors in turn will be Black Bermudian owned businesses. Now, I didn't say Black Bermudians who are affiliated with the PLP. I think it has to be done in a way where this is codified under law. It has established rigorous criteria. And so it wouldn't matter who you vote for, only that you are a Black Bermudian would be the fundamental criteria as defined under law. And you own a company, or you and a group of Black Bermudians own that company and will be able to participate in projects such as this. Because if we are going to redeem the past, if you will, to repair the damage that's been done, the damage that left Black Bermudians, despite being a numerical majority, I heard this once described as, who have now become a sociological minority, because there's still the significant degree of racial inequality in the country, which in many cases hides in plain sight. Then these are the sort of things we're going to have to do. We're going to have to make the hard decisions. And we're going to need white Bermudians, at least the well-meaning white Bermudians, who want to put an end to this chapter that my colleagues spoke so eloquently of, despite the personal pain and hurt that generations of Black Bermudians, not only in that area, that Southampton East and Riddles Bay area, but throughout Bermuda felt, then these are some of the very real things that we are going to have to do. So you can call it, racial equity programs. You can call it affirmative action programs. But these compensatory programs are going to be needed if we are really serious about going a long way in closing this historical chapter and truly building a new Bermuda. So I commend Mr. Swan, the MP, today. And I know that there are members on the other side who are not necessarily opposed to what I'm proposing here. And I'm hoping that we can see some common ground and support for these types of initiatives. Because this is going to be healthy for all of Bermuda, including white Bermudians. That we can move forward without rancor, without excessive divisiveness, in ensuring that in Bermuda, we have made a tangible effort to produce more racial equality in ways that we haven't seen in decades. It's almost like, Mr. Speaker, since the 1980s, we've been asleep. Some of us went into a sort of colorblind bubble. Some went into their own individual aggrandizement. They're going to get this no matter what. We come out of that now and we look around, many of us, and wondering if much progress on this front has been achieved. I remember a relative of mine who spoke about how far we have regressed as Black Bermudians, and in turn as Bermudians, only a few years before she died. And this was a woman who was at the forefront of our civil rights struggle, our racial justice struggle, a generation coming out of World War II, who came of age in the 50s and 60s and 70s, who gave birth to MP Swan and my generation. But that was very poignant. Like I said, I would have liked to have seen this SDO and the other permits and the licenses and approvals that these developers have gotten to have been this first example of what I'm talking about. Because we all know deeply inside ourselves that it is totally necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it at that. Again, and I commend notwithstanding what I've just said, I commend the minister for his work on this project, and I look forward to this project not disappointing us, and that this project will actually accrue some real tangible benefit, not only on the in terms of the profits and the success economically that will accrue to the developers, but to all of Bermuda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any other member that may wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak.
Sounds like MP Dunkley.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. That is correct.
Good afternoon. D, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I start on a lighter note for the honorable member who just spoke before me. And now I know why he went to work at White's grocery store, because if he can't remember the layout of the land as a caddy, then I'm sure that wasn't his calling. And he saw better days ahead when he went to the grocery store. But I certainly agree with some of the points that he made, and I will come to them through my presentation here today. Mr. Speaker, it's been an interesting debate, and I, for one, am quite surprised that the Progressive Labor Party as a government has not taken this opportunity to use this SDO to enshrine in there some requirements to allow that our history is remembered. Because I have to say, I'm sure that I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure that many colleagues in the House would support the call by the member from constituency number 2, Kim Swan, in enshrining some reflection on our history in the work that is done going forward up at the Riddles Bay Gardens and Nature Reserve. Now, as members have referred to, Mrs. Speaker, I believe that the land will be subdivided into a nature reserve, an open space and woodland, open space and recreation area. And certainly the recreation area, Mr. Speaker, I think is the ideal area to let us always encapsulate our history so it's not forgotten. Because it would appear that with this very large area of land that's going to be further protected, and I think members have reflected on the size of it as well. I don't believe it's the largest area that is protected in Bermuda. I think Cooper's Island is bigger than this, but it certainly is a very significant size and one of the largest here. But certainly with the large recreation area that is going to be open for the public, and I think it's 22 acres, and looking at the notes that I have here, it would seem to me that this would be an ideal place amongst the walking trails and the areas to relax and reflect, to recount our history. And I certainly am well aware of the history at Riddles Bay. I appreciated the comments from MP Kim Swan on some of the people who have their life entwined in history at Riddles Bay. I certainly have some fond memories of the beautiful layout of that course because I was blessed to be able to play it a number of times. It is an excellent design. It is spectacular vantage points all throughout the course, and it was fun to play. I, for one, am disappointed that it doesn't remain a golf course, Mr. Speaker, and I'll get to that in just a few moments' time. But I think now's the time here today, Mr. Speaker, while we debate the Riddles Bay Special Development Order 2020, we enshrine in that order things that must take place. And if we are so concerned as we are about our history and the progress we've made away from a segregated society to a more equitable and just society, we should enshrine history right here today, here and now, because we have the opportunity to do it and not let it get away. And I think the PLP, if this happens today without putting something in there to make sure our history is remembered, the PLP will find that they have wasted a perfect opportunity to do something that will be etched in the murals of time. And I think people would appreciate it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there has been a good debate here today from colleagues on both sides of the floor. And I was one, along with my colleagues, Pat Gordon-Pamplin and Sylvan Richards, to have the opportunity to be on a call with the minister and technical officers. I also had the opportunity with the two of them to be in a meeting with the owners of the property. I won't call them developers because I don't think they're developers. I think they're owners and they'll sell off the lots. And I also had the opportunity to be on a call with the objectors. So I took the time to look at all three parts of the equation here today because I'm torn by this, Mr. Speaker. I'm torn by this because I hear what government has said. I hear clearly that this is an ecological and social gain. Those were the words that the Honorable Deputy Premier and the Minister for Home Affairs have used. I've heard the minister say that this will be a stimulus for Bermuda, it'll be good for our economy. I've heard members of the government say those same type of things. Only time will tell on that, Mr. Speaker. But I also reflect back, Mr. Speaker, because when the developers bought this property, and before I go there, I just want to reflect the Honorable Deputy Premier, when he presented, he said this was started under the former administration, and the records will show on the discussions that took place. I'm well aware of that, Mr. Speaker. But what the records won't show is that when I was the Premier, I was never inclined to change the zoning of this property. Because if we are going to change the zoning of property, it has to be done under proper deliberations. And that's why the minister at that time was given the latitude to speak to the developers to see what was in mind, and the cabinet never had the opportunity to debate what the next steps were going to be on that. That is part of the record as well, Mr. Speaker. But here we are today. A government can decide what they want to do. They have all the ability to do that, and they've done that. But when this property was purchased back in 2016, I believe, the owners took a risk. And it wasn't an open tender. It was the liquidators asking for offers on the property. And there was speculation about who put offers in place. And one of the honorable colleagues in this house was one that has admitted today that him and a group that he was with would put in an offer for it. But the liquidators chose Castile Holding at the time. For whatever reason, they were chosen. And at that time, Castile Holding, like any other person who put in a bid, was taking a significant risk. Because if you put in a bid to maintain it as a golf course and develop what you could around Riddles Bay at the time, and I understand that there were the ability to develop some lots on the harbor side of the property and maybe in a couple of other areas as well. So if you were going to develop those lots and you were going to maintain it a golf course, that would have been one business approach to take. But the current owners of the property took the risk that they were going to take it and they were going to not open it as a golf course. So when they purchased it, they basically had three options. They could have kept it as a golf course and developed it as they saw fit. They could have purchased the property and turned the entire area, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear, the entire area into nature reserve, woodland reserve, open space, or recreation area. Or they could appeal to the government and ask for an SDO and make a significant return on their investment. And so what I hear colleagues have said that this is a gift to Bermuda. Well, in one way you can look at it like that, Mr. Speaker, but in my view, and I'm a capitalist, I'm a business person, I believe in doing what you can to create opportunity, and with that opportunity, you should get a return on your investment. This might be a gift to Bermuda, but this gift to Bermuda comes at a significant reward to the owners of the property. While this gift to Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, the government has talked about $75 million being invested into the community, 150, 200 jobs, whatever it might be, over what time frame, we do not know. This gift to Bermuda also comes with a significant return on the investment to the owners of the property, who should be recognized. Because, as I said, they had three options. Could have kept it as a golf course, could have purchased the property and turned it all into a nature reserve or something along that line, or they could have applied to the government and asked for rezoning, which they've done. And government has decided to accept that. That's government's decision, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I for one, I'm a person who doesn't have any great affinity for SDOs. While it is a part of planning life in Bermuda, and SDOs have come and gone throughout the context of my time, my mature adult time in Bermuda, many of the SDOs that I am aware of have been fraught with controversy, concern, and not worked out well, Mr. Speaker. I hope this one isn't like that. And it could be, unless we tidy up the document that we face here today. But before I get to that, Mr. Speaker, we need to reflect that the SDO is something that is available for a minister in the government to use, and I accept that. But certainly, it has created challenges throughout our history, and I do congratulate the minister for bringing this SDO to Parliament today so we can have the conversation around it, so there can be the scrutiny around it. And I do thank the minister for allowing us to have the call with technical officers to get some more background information so we can have a constructive debate here today. And on the back of those comments, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing that the opposition can do in regards to this SVO because we're 11 versus 25. But I think the debate in the People's House is critically important for better understanding all around for this project. Now, Mr. Speaker, the history of Riddles Bay, I'm pleased to see that members have taken an opportunity to reflect on it. I'm also comforted to some extent, Mr. Speaker, in knowing the history of Riddles Bay, that we have seen that property evolve into a much better place. And What do I mean when I say that, Mr. Speaker? Well, through the years, and the honorable member from constituency number 2 referred to a number of prominent individuals that he was aware of that were part of that course. And the honorable member was somewhat shy in going on a little bit further, but I believe his brother, Darren, who's a golf pro, was also a golf pro at at Riddles Bay during a few years back. I believe that there were other people that I became very close with, played some golf with, such as Norman Minus, who had a long association with Riddles Bay through many years. And Norman was one of those very accomplished Black Bermudian golfers who could hold a stick with anybody, Mr. Speaker. But the history of Riddles Bay evolved from the very racist beginnings of it to it turned at the end where, for example, individuals that we all know, such as former honorable member of the House, Reggie Burroughs, that's where he spent a lot of his free time in his later years at Riddles Bay. He was a very keen golfer, and he could be seen there as long as he could get there, and his health allowed him to get around that property and enjoy his time. So thankfully, we moved forward, and we have managed to change some of the inequality and injustice of the past, but we shouldn't miss an opportunity here today to make sure we never forget it. Because, Mr. Speaker, we can have this debate here today. The property can get sold off, it can get developed, and we'll forget about this debate. We'll forget about this debate unless we enshrine something into an SDO that allows for our history to be commemorated, and there's a good story to tell there, Mr. Speaker. And so I think we need to toughen up this SDO in that one area. And there are a few other areas I would speak to as well, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues have spoken about public access, and I support the comments from my honorable colleagues on this because I think the public access should be enshrined in this SDO, and I was very interested to see that the owners have given them a letter of commitment to that public access, but it's not included in the SDO. That's not good enough, Mr. Speaker, because if there is a letter of commitment, and if we have an SDO, there's no reason why the government can't push a little further, get the agreement with the developers that public access goes in there. Because, Mr. Speaker, generations change. The current owners seem to be very community minded and want to preserve something for the community, open it up for the community. But, Mr. Speaker, the people who have influence on that trust, if it's trust going to be set up, can change over time. They could change the documents that provide the framework on how the trust will operate to make it happen in a different way. So if we're really concerned about public access, we should make sure that it's enshrined in there, Mr. Speaker. And when I heard the minister say the minimum of 50 hours a week, Mr. Speaker, a minimum of 50 hours a week is certainly not sufficient. I think we should tighten up that a little bit more because 50 hours a week can just limit it to 4 days a week during daylight hours. And that can get you your 50 hours a week, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to be more specific about that because remember, at the end of the day, an SDO is being given to develop the land, but the owners will still have the opportunity to do what they choose with the land as long as it conforms with the development. And public access is important in this regard, and we definitely need to tighten that up. Mr. Speaker, colleagues have also talked a bit about who maintains the property going forward. Now, obviously, when we're looking at an area of 98 acres, and then when you sub out the 18 lots, you're down to about 64 acres of property. That's a significant piece of land. And the developers, when we've met with them, and it's been referred to in the debate today, that they would set up an endowment of a couple of $1 million, and the owners of the lots that are sold would have to pay a maintenance fee. That's all very well and good, Mr. Speaker. But a couple of $1 million and a maintenance fee, which is not even set yet, could disappear in a short period of time. And the last thing that we would like to see as individuals who debated this SDO in Parliament, the last thing we would like to see is for that property to deteriorate into the condition of something along the lines of Southlands, where there's no money in the budget to maintain it, and it costs significant money to do so. Mr. Speaker, it will not be easy to maintain all of those areas. Nature reserve requires supervision, requires work in many different areas. Open space certainly requires maintenance as far as manicure and cutting. Woodland reserve to a lesser extent, but it's still got to be dealt with during times of summer growth and storms. And certainly recreation requires even more maintenance on that. So that is going to be, in my view, Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of dollars every year to maintain it in proper condition, to make sure that it's safe for the public access, to make sure that it's appealing for what is intended to be. And I'm not, Mr. Speaker, I'm not making these comments to say that the owners will not be diligent in doing what they've said they would do. But people come and people move on, Mr. Speaker. This is a very big piece of property. And I do not want to be part of this debate here today to find out in 20 years' time that the place is overgrown, run down, there's no money in the budget to fix it up, because the directors of the trust have gone in a different direction, Mr. Speaker. If we are keen to ensure that this works, if we are adamant about reflecting on a history, we need to make sure that people are held to account, and we need to tighten up on how this endowment fund is going to ensure that the property is maintained. Now, the government knows, as well as anybody, the significant cost in maintaining our environmental areas. Governments get criticism from the members of the public all the time, especially in the heat of the summer and with sufficient rain, that the properties become overgrown, are not being able to use in the appropriate way. We do not want to see this type of criticism about this area, because once the SDO is passed, we will have very little input on enforcing anything other than what is in the SDO.
Order, please, Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute, Deputy.
Yeah, just to make sure that I appreciate the direction of the honorable member, but slightly misleading comments. This SDO has the force of law, and its terms are enforceable. And that includes the commitment to conservation and preserve the land. The SDO speaks specifically to the conservation areas, and those are legally enforceable.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I do accept that point of order, but in the context on which I was referring to, as far as maintenance of the property, the SDO is pretty loose on that framework, Mr. Speaker. Remember, we're looking at least four.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
You take the point of order.
There is a conservation management plan associated with this process that is a part of the package. An environmental impact assessment. These are things that are a part of the package that underpin this SDO. An SDO that, again, I will say is enforceable by law. It can only be changed by the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have a question to the Honorable Minister, which he can ask and answer in wrapping up. So if any aspect of the conservation management plan or any other plan that they have in there fails to meet the standard that the government expects at the time, what can government do if there's no money in the endowment fund to make the proper changes that are required? That's where I'm going, Mr. Speaker, because it's one thing to say they have to follow these rules and regulations, but if there's no money in the bank, as the government knows as well as anybody else, you cannot pay the piper, Mr. Speaker. And that's the challenge that I have going forward, because generations are going to come and go here. We're doing this for eternity, Mr. Speaker, until somebody else decides to overturn this SDO, if that ever happens. The owners of this property are going to sell the lots. And after that, they will be responsible, not so much for the lots, because there'll be new owners in it, but they will be responsible for 64 acres. We need to make sure that conservation plans, everything else that we've asked them to do, there's money in the kitty to make those things happen, Mr. Speaker. Because if there's no money in the kitty, then what can happen, Mr. Speaker? That's a concern that I have. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we had the opportunity to have a conversation with the minister responsible, I asked the question to the honorable minister if this was setting a precedent. And the honorable minister said, and these are my words, not his, and he can deal with this in summation if he wishes to. But the honorable minister said that he did not believe it was setting a precedent. And I question that, because anyone else in the future can make a similar case, and it would be very difficult for a minister of government to turn it down. Mr. Speaker, we know that our economy is struggling. We know that a big part of this decision was because government wanted to have economic stimulus. And so the environmental aspect of this thing was outweighed to some extent by the economic stimulus that was taking place. Because I doubt, Mr. Speaker, that if Bermuda was booming, this SDO would ever see the light of day, Mr. Speaker. But does this set a precedent, Mr. Speaker? Because I really am curious to see how it wouldn't. For the simple terms, Mr. Speaker, take a look at the golf course that the honorable member Kim Swan talked about, where he would go for his first loop if he could get it, and then come to Turtles Bay for his second loop, Belmont. Mr. Speaker, we know that there have been some challenges in that development over time. We've seen owners change. We've seen membership of that golf course struggle. We've seen investment in the maintenance of that golf course be not up to the standards that many golfers would expect, Mr. Speaker. What happens if the owners of that property come and say, you know, we have X acres here at Belmont, we would like to keep 75% of those as a park, and we turn 25% into building development? What can government do to say, no, that's unacceptable? You can't do it. You got to keep it as a golf course. I think we are setting a precedent here, Mr. Speaker. And the only reason why I bring it up is because I believe it, that we need to be able to ensure that going forward, we have an answer for people who come with similar plans. Now, I know that the planning department and the technical officers are very comfortable, in my view, with the extra protections on this land. Taking it out of recreation and putting it into extra protection, they're very comfortable with that, Mr. Speaker. But I would not be surprised to see requests for development along the way in regards to Belmont. If the economic situation doesn't turn around, that golf course will be threatened. Less and less people playing golf, less and less members at that golf course, no money for the maintenance. The owners of it will look at it as an investment and say, how are we going to get out of this mess? And that's one opportunity. And I reflect on that, Mr. Speaker. When I go back to, I want to go back to the St. George's development, because the honorable member, Michael Scott, who spoke earlier, referred to Morgan's Point and Cross Island development. All of those matters had their germination under the PLP. And now we're playing politics back and forth, trying to lay blame on who's responsible, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that is an appropriate approach to take at this point in time when we are trying to find solutions to get forward. But I reflect on that to say that in St. George's, when we were negotiating with St. Regis, with the current developers of the property down there to put a St. Regis hotel, we were very careful to enshrine in that development act protections of the coastline. We pushed back on development of lots for building in various areas. We pushed back to protect the golf course. We even put in the act to protect the beach. And that was used as political football, Mr. Speaker. But it was always in the act to protect the beach, Mr. Speaker. We need to do the same things in this SDO, because this property is fully owned by private individuals. And once this SDO moves forward, all we can do is enforce what's in it, nothing which is outside it, Mr. Speaker. And so I understand the vision of the owners of the property, Mr. Speaker, and they've been very smooth on it. They've got a detailed brochure out, which has some great aerial pictures of the property. They've been thinking of developing this for a long period of time, Mr. Speaker, to sell the lots off and move on from there. But I'm disappointed that we've seen a process like this get pushed back with name calling. For example, Mr. Speaker, when they talk in the Royal Gazette today, a spokesman for Castile Holdings, which owns the 87-acre site, I'm not sure if that's correct, in Warwick, said the protesters against the proposal were wrong and that the development would be a win-win. No, Mr. Speaker. The protesters, the objectors to the development are not wrong. They just have a different viewpoint. And their viewpoint should be listened to and respected so we can have a reasonable debate about this going forward. We shouldn't criticize their petition and 3,000 people and some of them are overseas people. We shouldn't criticize that, Mr. Speaker. We should accept that they have a valid opinion. We should listen to it because that is their belief, Mr. Speaker. And yes, some of them are residents out there. Now, wouldn't they want to see how the area in which they live is going to be handled with going forward? And so clearly, this situation has created a great deal of friction over the past couple of years about it. The government has brought this SDO today and are very keen to have it passed. I want to ensure that because the government has the votes to make it happen, that this is the success that government expects it to be. Because, Mr. Speaker, only time will tell. Only time will tell. And the sad thing about this situation, Mr. Speaker, is that we will forget about this SDO in 15 to 20 years' time. And if something happens, somebody will reflect back and say, well, remember that SDO? They had a chance to correct it at the time, Mr. Speaker. So only time will tell. And I think we need to tighten up on this SDO to make sure that the vision that we've talked about here today actually takes place. The vision of reflecting on our history when we use that property. The vision of making sure that there's public access. The vision to make sure that the property is maintained in the appropriate fashion. All of those visions need to be reflected in here, Mr. Speaker. And the last thing I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that during question period in the House, when the Honorable Minister gave his statement 2 weeks ago, he was asked what the technical officer's advice was. And he said it was privileged information. And I raise that, Mr. Speaker, because I sincerely doubt that's the case. I'm more informed now of what their advice was by the call that we had. But certainly, privileged information in regard to technical officer advice on an SDO is not acceptable for us as members of Parliament to use. And if a government minister wants to say that, I'm sure that the public access to information will always allow that information to come out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Thank you, member. You must set your clock on. You're just a minute short of your time. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, it's Susan Jackson. I'd like to have a few words, please.
Madam Opposition Whip, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to share a few words simply because I feel that the environmental side of this special development order has not necessarily been addressed in the today. And I, clearly want it to be noted that it's so important for us, especially here in Bermuda, where we have such limited space, that the owners of the property do consider, and whether the SDO is also inclusive of a formal agreement around the environmental protection is also included.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. Point of order.
The honorable member is misleading the House. There is substantial reference to environmental conditions in this SDO, of which the developers must abide by. And I take these points of order not so much to correct the opposition, but to inform the public so that they know that these things are firmly outlined in the SDO as it stands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. And so, yes, I accept that. So the owners now, with this substantial, what I would consider to be both a social and an environmental responsibility, would consider the partnerships with many of the organizations in Bermuda who do spend an awful lot of time protecting our environment. The minister, in his opening statement, mentioned the Audubon Society and Green Rock, and also the minister did say that there were mixed emotions from some of the environmentalists on the island given that there will also be some development involved on what has been open space in Bermuda. But as I'm listening to the debate, I certainly can visualize the pristine beauty and the tranquility of this open space, and certainly the importance of having some public access for the island, and in particular our young people to be able to explore the nature and the fauna and the birds and all of the nature that this property will provide, especially given the fact, as mentioned, that we have such limited open space on the island. And so creating these partnerships, and I am not aware whether the owners have had conversations with the various environmental groups on the island to create a vision.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Point of order.
Very much outlined in my brief I presented. Perhaps the member wasn't listening. I mentioned Bess, Audubon Society, and Green Rock, all, and I quoted it substantially in my brief, have had extensive pre-consultation even before they made the application with the proposed developers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And yes, and I note that the minister said, in his opening brief, things like the Audubon Society, did loathe the new development, but looked forward to, sort of the green space and the sizable reserve. So, regardless, of what may have been sort of formally the consultation, etc., I think moving forward, it's still going to be really important to continue those, to build those relationships with environmentalists so that we can make sure that we absolutely optimize the protection of our natural habitat. And because there are going to be some concerns and there is going to be nervousness around the development side of it, and we need to be able to assure our environmentalists that we can do both, because in Bermuda we're going to have to compromise an awful lot because of our limited space. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know, I don't know how we formally create things like national parks, and I don't know whether this is an opportunity for that. And certainly, having listened to the previous speakers in this debate, it would be fantastic if we could have some historical representation within this nature reserve, within the parklands that are going to be available to the public, and so if that can be also, as mentioned, formalized, I think it would be much appreciated by the community. I have, in doing a little research and just also my memories of the past, special development orders have always seemed to have had some form of controversy, and I know that this minister has certainly had his share of special development orders and the sensitivity around making these kinds of compromises in Bermuda. And I guess if I had any reservation, and I'm going to preface by saying that I support the way that there is a balanced approach toward this particular SDO, that there have been circumstances where similar arrangements have been made, and then there has been major difficulty from a financial perspective in either selling properties, being able to complete projects, and that would be a real detriment to the very well-established neighborhood that exists there now. And so I would hope that there are some assurances that can be provided to the neighbors in Riddles Bay that with the selling of these lots, that there will be, successful completion of projects, that if things do go south, that there is some form of contingency plan in place so that it doesn't end up becoming sort of a half-baked project. And so I guess I really would like very much for government to keep a close eye, to stay committed and to stay actively involved in, especially from the preservation of the natural habitat, but to stay involved in this project so that we can have some semblance of assurance that things are going to go well with this, and that we aren't going to face some of the challenges that previous SDOs have faced in the past. Because in some ways, when there is development on property that is deemed to be an open space, to put it generally, that it is. I don't want to say it's a form of desperation, but it's a compromise. And so when there's a compromise involved, there's risks. And I just want to make sure that the government in this SDO, crosses all their T's and dots all their I's, and make sure that the environment is protected at all costs, which the minister has time and time again said that he's on it, and that we are able to provide some level of access for the public to be able to enjoy this property. I can't leave this debate without reflecting on the National Trust and the National Trust walks, and yes, so maybe for a couple of hours on a Sunday afternoon, there are large numbers of people on the property, but to be able to give access for people to be able to see such beautiful land in Bermuda, that so much of it is untouched, is an important part of our well-being here on the island. And we must do everything that we can to make sure that we feel the open space and that we can appreciate that which we have here, and that is so precious. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I conclude my debate. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, honourable member. Does any other honourable member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. MP Pearman.
MP Pearman. Yes, MP Pearman, you have the floor. MP Pearman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just turning on my video. Mr. Speaker, this has been a very interesting debate, and a lot of people have spoken. So I don't wish to add too much.
Thank you.
I just wish to add six bullet points, if I can, including one which is a specific question to the Honourable Minister, and one I hope he will be able to address in his closing. My first observation is just one that comes from the heart. I, like many in Bermuda, sort of feel that we don't really need more concrete here. That's not to say that these owners will not do an excellent job of any houses they choose to build, or that if they sell land to others, those who buy them may not build beautiful houses. It's a very nice area, and I'm sure people will respect that. But we have a lot of empty housing on this island as it is. And so I think a lot of people could sit back and ask of this, why do we need more? Why are we going to get more concrete? And it's a legitimate question on such a small landmass as we have. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it was a point raised by my honourable colleague, Michael Dunkley, earlier, which is what happens with future maintenance. And this is a common problem with developments around the world. They're nice ideas, they create jobs, they do what people want to do. But many years after, when something starts to break, or a road needs potholing, or whatever it happens to be, there haven't been sufficient financial contingencies to ensure that things are kept and maintained. I heard the Honourable Minister that there is a conservation management plan. I didn't hear him say whether or not that translates into financial contingencies. This is something that will have a great impact on future generations. And so I just respectfully suggest that the government sharpen their pen a bit about what sort of financial preservations are made to assist in 20, 30, 40 years' time. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I do wonder whether this could set a dangerous precedent. This was plain and simple land speculation, and well done to the owners. It was a lucky break for them. They got this at a discount, and they will be able to sell it at a premium, and that's capitalism, and I don't fault them for it. But alongside that, we must remind ourselves that when the access to that premium, to that profit, lies through the hands of government, and government holds the key through an SDO, we just need to make sure, and the public needs to be satisfied, that government has achieved on behalf of the public everything in that bargain that they should have achieved before unlocking that gate to profit for the owners. And so it is government who's decided to allow this happen. And I praise certain elements. I mean, the idea of setting aside parkland, albeit at much smaller acreage than the previous property.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, please.
Yep, I'll take your point of order.
I'm waiting for the speaker.
Take your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me. It's not the job of MP Pierman to acknowledge me. It's a job for you to acknowledge me. So thank you very much. There is substantially more conservation land being secured as a result of this arrangement. It is not fair, it's unfair to the public that line be put out. It is clear substantial amount of preserved land and protected land is being provided to the public. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not quite sure for the reason for that intervention. Either there is more green space after this or there is less. I would respectfully suggest that there is less, but no doubt in closing, the minister can give the facts and the numbers. My understanding is that there are going to be 18 houses. That's not green space. That means there'll be less green space. That's pretty obvious, but no doubt he can rebut that when he closes. Nonetheless, government has decided to let the development happen, and I very much hope that they have bargained hard to achieve all they can. As to that bargaining, let me come on, Mr. Speaker, to my fourth point, and that's an environmental one. And I appreciate that the Honorable Minister may feel he's getting a hard time today, but I don't mean to give him a hard time. I know in his heart of hearts he is someone who champions the environment. He has spoken in this House about environmental features and aspects on this island previously. So let me invite him to consider this one. I have gone out and looked around the property, and I know that there are a number of derelict boats on the property, including two in particular that were burned out right by the island there in Heron Bay, and are now just sitting rotting on the foreshore, indeed on the land. And I would just hope that as part of the project and the SDO and part of the conservation management plan, the minister will ensure that there is a cleanup of those boats. I don't say it's the owner's fault that they're there. Obviously those were, or I say obviously, likely those were boats thrown up on the shore from hurricanes past. But it would be nice to see that if someone was going to be making some money off that, they could also tend to the environment, as appears to be their intention through setting aside land for preservation. A fifth point, before I come to my final question for the minister, is the suggestion that he made in our last sitting that the advice that had been given to him was privileged and therefore didn't have to be shared with the House. That surprised me, that assertion. I don't mean to debate with the minister whether he's right or wrong, and I'm not going to. But whether or not he's right or wrong, it is surprising that where we are looking at such a significant development project involving so much of Bermuda's land, I would have thought that the minister would want all the advice provided to him to be open and transparent for everyone to see, even if some of that advice was against the ultimate project or was against his decision making. It would be in the minister's interest to be completely transparent, and I would invite him to rethink that position. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I note that there was a point that came up earlier, and it may be that I wasn't paying close enough attention, but I think I have this right from what the Honorable Minister said, and indeed from what the Honorable Shadow Minister Sylvan Richards said.
As I understand it, there is a question of access to the property by the public. And by the property, I mean the reserve, not obviously the private ownership, but not the lots themselves. But my understanding is that the government would like the public to have access to the, I'll call it the parkland as a shorthand. The government would like the public to have access to the parkland. And further, I understood the minister to say the developers, the owners, want the public to have access to the parkland. And indeed, I understood the minister to say that they went so far as to create a side letter saying this. What I don't understand, and it may be that I misheard or mistaken, but I'd be grateful for the honorable minister to clarify. But if the government wants access by the public and the owners or developers want access by the public, why wouldn't that public access be enshrined in the SDO? I thought I heard the honorable minister saying it isn't in the SDO, and I thought I heard my honorable colleague Sylvan Richards pick up on the point. And so I would just be grateful if the honorable minister could clarify to the House, if public access is not airtight and in the SDO, will the honorable minister please reconsider and put it in there? And indeed, if he won't put it in there, could he please explain why he won't do so? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? No other member? Minister, would you like to close this up?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. First, I wish to thank everyone who has made a contribution to this debate. And I congratulate everyone for their contribution to this debate because it's actually in the very spirit upon which this very structure of how we deal with SDOs was devised and designed to work. Not only has when the initial development application was made, the public had an opportunity to opine and give their views on the application, but members of this legislature who represent thousands of our citizens who may not necessarily live in Riddles Bay or in the proximity of Riddles Bay has also had the opportunity to, as a part of this legislature, have their say and bring those issues to the table. So I congratulate every member who has had the opportunity and taken it to do so in the spirit of how we wish for SDOs and how they have been, certainly for the last 10 years, been devised to operate. I will now forth and answer many of the questions that were posed by different members. And with the question or point raised by a member about wanting to be comfortable when taking their children or grandchildren or those close to them through areas such as Riddles Bay that might have had certain restrictions in the past and want to feel comfortable that they can take those persons close to them or invite others to be a part of enjoying and experiencing properties that may have been exclusive in the past. I agree. And that is why this FDO is seek to create a space that will have public access. And I will address the issue of on the question of public access later in greater description, because that seems to have been a hallmark of many of the presentations that we heard today. Mr. Speaker, there was a question about whether the conditions in the SDO around conservation are robust enough. And that's, I guess I'm sort of synthesizing or summarizing the point. Just to deal with that issue, the SDO sets out specific conditions for the implementation of the Conservation Management Plan and the maintenance thereafter. The Planning Act, as well, includes enforcement ability to enforce any breach of the conditions, of the planning conditions. And the Conservation Management Plan is specifically referenced in the SDO order. So I would hope that members, if they haven't had an opportunity, will go back and read from cover to cover the SDO order. And they'll see the references to the conservation management plan. So it doesn't sit outside of the SDO, it is embedded in the SDO. So it's a part of the conditions of the SDO. It has to be followed. It has to be the guide upon which any conservation and maintenance is followed. And if it's not actually followed, the planning department can bring enforcement action if there is a breach of any of the conditions. So I hope that's clear to everyone. There was a raised about the value of the overseas petition and how perhaps it was not valued by certain representations made around this development. Well, I will say this. I mean, petitions, of course, have their place, and they are a way of people showing and expressing their views on a matter. But the value of the petition is most importantly supported by the integrity and the ability to verify those persons who have signed it, Mr. Speaker. So I must say that when you have a petition that has persons like Santa Claus, Justin Trudeau, Donald Trump, and Vladimir Putin that allegedly have signed it, or I can even speak to one more close situation where someone made representations to me that their name appeared on the petition and they have not signed it. Somehow their name appeared on the petition. That often brings less value to such an effort if the integrity or verification of those on it can't be attached in some way that supports the effort that is being put. So I think that is a part of the issue. You know, petitions are valuable when the people who are attached to it or put their name to it have some proximity, they have some standing in the issue, and that can be verified. I'll now move on to another point that suggested there has been lack of environmental oversight through this process. And I'm referencing a point made by the member who sits for constituency number 20, the honorable member. Well, there is an environmental impact statement that has 273 pages. So this particular development has been the subject of the highest level of environmental scrutiny of a standard of which is international, not just local, but environmental impact assessments are a part of a practice, an international practice that this government and this community requires on such types of development. So you have a 273 environmental impact statement, which is a part of this development. So it has been heavily scrutinized. It has been given substantial oversight, not only by whoever did the environmental impact statement, but also by environmental groups who were pre-consulted. So there's been a great deal of environmental scrutiny, so I reject that particular suggestion. Now I'll move on, Mr. Speaker, to some other points which I need to make sure I address. There has been the very important point made, and I do not take this point lightly, made by a number of members, Mr. Speaker, is about the issue of the embedding in the SDO the condition of the public access. It was a point that rang like a very well-knitted thread through the submissions by the opposition in particular. So there is no way I can ignore it.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
And I respectfully would wish to give an answer to that. And I believe it's a credible point to raise.
Did someone ask for a point of order?
Yes, sir.
Minister, just yield for a minute.
Thank you. I just think perhaps inadvertently, but I think clarify that the issue of embedding the public access in the SDO was kind of a common theme among the opposition. I think it's important for him to highlight that some of his members also expressed that very same thought and concern. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't seen to be a one-sided opposition-only observation.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, may I continue?
Yes.
Yes, well, perhaps the member missed because the honorable member was quick to call on their feet that I said, in particular, the opposition. So I was acknowledging that it wasn't exclusively, but I said, in particular. So clearly, my comment was just focusing that it was a major point that they made in particular, but it was clearly made by others. I haven't ignored that, and my point highlighted that. So I'll continue. Perhaps the honorable member missed that in my presentation, but we've taken legal advice on this because we understand that it is an important point of consideration, and the public might actually also find it of importance. And we did take legal advice, and it is to be understood that this SDO speaks solely to planning permission in principle and subdivision planning permission and the conditions attached to that. The SDO is a planning tool. It is a feature of the Development and Planning Act. And this is an actual SDO on a private holding. And if I can just contrast, Mr. Speaker, if this was a public holding, then we could write the condition in. If it was, for example, like down at the St. Regis development, which is the subject of a public holding of land. So you can write because it's a public holding, and as we know, the issue of public access has been of great interest in that. And so it is possible for the government, because they're in that case dealing with a public holding, could write a condition of public access. This is a private holding. But as I said, this is not an issue of which we are ignoring, Mr. Speaker. And as I have stated, we have assurances from the developer of their commitment to public access, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I'm happy to have this table on the House, Mr. Speaker, a written commitment from the developer and the investment of property to that. In fact, I hold it up so it can be clearly seen by members.
Yeah, would you like to have a table so it's part of the record of the House?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I am doing this with the intention of tabling, and I can have it sent to your staff via electronic method so that it can be available for members to cite. So this is when, but Mr. Speaker, we are going to go further, and we have agreement to go further, and the legal counsel, which I ably rely on, has advised me we will go further. We have a MOU intention to draft and gain the commitment through a memorandum of understanding to this public access. So, Mr. Speaker, we will go far to ensure that that will be a part of this development in the future.
Mr. Speaker, point of clarification.
Do you have a point of clarification? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Do I have to add, say I'll take it, or do I just automatically, it has to be taken?
Well, on point of clarification, you have to yield. On the point of
but I didn't agree to yield. I will yield. Okay, but I will yield.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand what the minister said in regards to it being a public and private, and the public would enable him to embed the access into legislation. But he has just presented evidence to say that the access is available to the public. He also has evidence which said that the owners have no problem with putting in the SDO. So even though it's private, he has the owner's agreement to embed it in the SDO. So why can't he just do it?
Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken to that. Regarding the concern that the SDO does not stipulate public access, to be clear, the SDO is a form of planning permission and only for the purposes about granting planning permission. It is out of the scope of the SDO. The public access to the nature reserve areas is the subject of areas, the subject of it is not a matter to be covered by the SDO. The SDO itself as a tool is out of scope. That is not a planning matter, is access. The SDO scope is to planning matters only, which is why we are going to supplement that with what I have suggested. We have the written commitment of the developer, and we, the government, will enter into a MOU of which the developer has agreed. Now, even if the developer wants to put it in the SDO, Mr. Speaker, it isn't their SDO. It is a tool of the legislative authority of the government. It is the government's document. It is a tool of the legislature. It is not the tool of the developer. Developers don't write SDOs. It is a tool of the government. So based on the legal advice we have from our own attorneys, this is the way we're going. We respect the intention and that the developer was fully willing to do so, but that it will be out of the scope of this document as it relates to private land. So I think I have answered that clearly. I have repeated my answer, and I will now go on to the rest, answering the rest of the questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in reference to objections and the petition, references continue to be made of the number of individuals who signed. Oh, I think I've already answered about the petition, so I'll go on, Mr. Speaker. Contrary, Mr. Speaker, to popular opinion, or what some people may think is popular opinion, not all of the residents of the Riddles Bay area object to this proposal. And I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to mention a few interesting comments that have been submitted to planning that are on the subdivision application record, that at least 2 letters of support were received in support of this development from persons resident in the area of Riddles Bay. And I'll just read some of what those letters said so it can be clear that this was substantive support and genuine in its effort. One letter said, Mr. Speaker, and I'll quote, "As a resident of many years at the former golf course Riddles Bay, I am writing to convey my wholehearted support of the plans Castillo Holdings have for the land. Since purchasing the land, they have been extremely caring and proactive and considerate of the residents." And I'll go on to quote further in the same letter. "Castillo Holdings have always considered the environment to be of utmost importance, and I, for one, support their plans wholeheartedly." That's just one letter of endorsement from a resident of the area known as Riddles Bay. And I'll go on further. I have another one, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read. I think it's important that the record show that whoever the objectors were, they did not necessarily wholly represent all of the existing residents of Riddles Bay. However, the effort they made to reflect that is not the truth. And I think it's important that the public know this. And I might say, these letters are on public record. They are on the file. Anybody can go and look at it. I'm not reading anything that's like underhanded or undercover, that is secret and just revealed to me or to the record itself, the official record. Now, this other submission says this, Mr. Speaker. "As residents of Riddles Bay, we are writing in support of the proposal plan by Castillo Holdings," and that's a quote, Mr. Speaker. And I'll go further, Mr. Speaker. "The majority of residents of the area are in favor of the plan." That is in this particular submission, Mr. Speaker. "The vocal minority," and this is a quote from the letter, this is not my words, "the vocal minority is living in the past with continued sour grapes due to the closure of the golf course." And I'll go on, Mr. Speaker. "The proposed development is minimal, environmentally sound, and has clearly been planned with limited impact to those of us already living in the area." Those are submissions which are a part of the record that are there for all to see of persons supporting the development, Mr. Speaker. Now I'll go on further to answer a number of other questions I think might have arisen. I may have answered most of them, if not all of them, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there was one about interest in purchasing. Interest in purchasing. And the answer to that is Castile Holdings already identified at least, oh yes, let me just be more clear, Speaker, I know. There was some question that some members said about whether in this economic climate, due to the already substantial surplus of luxury properties available for sale in Bermuda, that perhaps in the long term, this development may not see the light of day, or I'm just paraphrasing, essentially showing some skepticism on the possibility of this being a successful development, and that there's an appetite for the purchases of any of these 18 lots of which are proposed. Well, Mr. Speaker, my own discussions with Castile Holdings on this point, because it is a point that I certainly am concerned about, was this. They had made it clear that there's already significant interest in their proposed development. In fact, they've had communications with a number of family offices and others interested in purchases. And already identified are at least a handful of purchasers who are waiting for the SDO to be approved. And I can also say, let me just put aside, that might be, let's just say for argument's sake, Mr. Speaker, that's the developer blowing their own horn, trying to just, sell their own snake oil, or just, push a pig in the poke, or sell a bridge to somebody and make it look like it's real attractive. Let's just say for argument's sake, Mr. Speaker, that actual point actually is that. Let's just say for argument's sake. But I also have further verification from my own planning team, who are independent of the developers and the investors in the property. And they have informed me that architects and agents have already approached planning and indicated they are waiting for the SDO to go through so that they can submit planning applications around those lots. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, the interest is there, the appetite is there, and potential sales are there around this property. So the buzz seems to be very loud around the possibilities of where this property and where this development can go. I think that's exciting news. I think it's good news for Bermuda. It's good news that there are people inside and outside Bermuda who are interested in investing in this country and have confidence in our Bermuda. I say our Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, that even in this pandemic condition, there are people still parking up, ready to invest and bring about some level of development, which is going to contribute not only to 75 plus million dollars that will contribute to a significant, and I would argue against that the trust that's set up to ensure the maintenance isn't a significant portion of this, and the ongoing economic activity that will be attached with that development and the ongoing maintenance and support of even the conservation land. One of the wonderful things I think we can not add a dollar value to, Mr. Speaker, is one, this is land that has as the record shows, that for the past 100 years has been exclusive, hasn't been open to the general public in any way. And there's now an opportunity to give more access to the public. And I just reflect on another SDO, as my history with SDO seemed to have been the subject of some attention, that 10 years ago in like another development that was clearly the subject of some contention, also brought about the securing under government care and control 40 plus acres of reserve, which now the government takes care of and is there for the public to have access to, and for over 100 years had not had access to. So my point in concluding that submission, Mr. Speaker, is that SDOs can be used to the public good. Maybe in some far off past when they were used, they may have not been in all cases. But certainly the intention with this SDO, Mr. Speaker, is to bring about greater public good at the end of the day, at the conclusion of the process. And certainly we will hold the developer accountable, the members of the government team in planning and conservation services who will oversee the ongoing maintenance of the conservation areas will ensure accountability. And I am sure that all of the other interests in this, such as the environmental groups who essentially committed their support to it, will also be watching. So this is not just going to be exclusive to the government. We have also the conservation interest in the country, which is not certainly, I would say, connected with the government, will also be watching because they will want to ensure that their goodwill that they gave to this project is fulfilled. So I think there's going to be a lot of attention to these points: public access, conservation, protection, proper management are all seminal elements of this proposal. And I congratulate the developer for partnering up and making the commitment. I also congratulate all those environmental groups who clearly would have put strong advice to the developer, which was taken, and they, as champions of the environment, were a part of the value to this. I again congratulate the planning team and all who have worked on that, who made sure that this SDO was representative of all that it's supposed to represent, as a planning gain for the country, as a conservation gain, as a development gain, as 3 gains for this country, and that going forward, we all will make sure this happens. And I certainly, as a minister, and I thank those members who gave acknowledgement to my commitment to the environment, I don't want to be a part of any development that doesn't have the spirit of those elements to it, because I believe that we must protect our land at the same time balancing that with our economic development and opportunity. And I am tending to want to lead on the side of land protection, because if we protect the land, it's there for the future opportunities and for enjoyment and care that, and also health that our country needs to have in the future. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude my comments, and I will move that the said draft order be approved and that a suitable message be sent to His Excellency the Governor.
Are there any objections to the draft order being approved and the said message being sent? No objections. The said order has been approved and a suitable message will be sent to the Governor. That will now bring us to a close of that matter. And we'll now move on to the third order for today's business, which is the second reading of the ministers and members of the legislature 2020 in the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salaries and Pension Amendment Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Are there any objections to that? There are none. Minister, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce into the legislature the bill entitled Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salaries and Pensions Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, the Minister and Members of the Legislature's Pension Fund, MMLPF, was established on April 1, 1988 by the Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salaries and Pension Act 1975. The purpose of the fund is to provide retirement pension for the ministers, members, and officers of the legislature of Bermuda in accordance with the Act. The fund is administered by the Accountant General's Department. Honorable members should note that when the ministers and members of the legislature pension fund was established in 1975, there was no separate fund established. Contributions were paid into and benefits were paid from the consolidated fund of the government. On April 1, 1988, the MMLPF was established, and from that date, contributions were paid into and benefits have been paid from this fund. Mr. Speaker, the provisions of the fund are as follows. Ministers and members contribute 12.5% of salary. Government matches these contributions. If a member terminates before accruing 8 years of service, he or she receives a refund of his or her contributions, plus interest at 6% per annum. The rate of pension earned is 3.6% of salary for each year of service, and in calculating a pension, not more than 25 years of service may be counted. And where a member has more than 25 years, service in higher office is counted first. Honorable members will recall that during the sitting on 5th of June 2020 in this Honorable House, as part of a cost-cutting measure, a resolution under the Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salaries and Pensions Act of 1975 was passed. The purpose of the resolution is to temporarily reduce salaries of all members and non-ministerial officers by 12.5%. In addition, the resolution temporarily reduced the ministerial portion of members' salaries by 15%. The reduction took effect on July 1, 2020, and ends on June 30, 2021, a period of 1 year. Mr. Speaker, in conjunction with the above-mentioned salary reductions, ministers and members' contributions to the Ministers and Members of the Legislature Pension Fund were suspended, along with the matching government contribution. The suspension of pension contributions also took effect on July 1, 2020, and will also last for a period of 1 year. During the cessation period, the member will lose 1 year of pensionable service. The cost-saving proposal were as follows. Ministers and members will take a temporary pay reduction. For the period that their pay is reduced, they will not make contributions to the MMLPF. Government would suspend making its matching contributions to the MMLPF, and pensionable service would not accrue for this period. Mr. Speaker, the projected cost savings from these reductions are $500,000 in relation to the MMLPF contribution cessation and $480,000 in relation to the salary reduction. In addition, during the June 5th sitting, it was noted that later in this legislative session, the Act would be amended to allow a minister or member to elect to make voluntary contributions to the MMLPF during the suspension period or buy back the year that is being lost in pensionable service. The bill currently before this Honorable House gives effect to this proposal and provides for, amongst other things, the following. It allows a member to make an election to make voluntary contributions and requires an election to be made to the Accountant General if a member elects to continue contributing to the fund. Mr. Speaker, this amendment also on the death of a serving member. The MMLPF already provides a widow's pension and a child's pension should a member die before retirement. However, to provide further security to financial dependents if a member dies, it is proposed to amend the Act to create a death benefit for members in line with the basic benefit of public officers outlined in the Public Service Superannuation Act of 1981, sections 47 through 51. The PSSA provides for a capital sum payable on death for contributors to the Public Service Superannuation Fund who die while in the service of the government. Benefit is available to contributors employed for a continuous period of not less than 1 year at the date of death. The sum payable is equivalent to 1 year of the contributor's base salary. Mr. Speaker, to meet this policy objective, the Act will be amended to provide for a capital sum payable on the death of a serving member. The amended Act will add provisions similar to the capital sum in the PSSA. The death benefit will provide a lump sum payment to a member's nominee equivalent to 1 year's basic salary. Each member will be required to nominate in writing a person or persons to whom the benefit will be paid. Mr. Speaker, I can also confirm that the actuary has considered this benefit and can advise that there will be very little financial impact, if any, on the fund by adding the capital sum benefit. Mr. Speaker, as at March 31, 2020, the fund had net assets of over 10.8 million, representing approximately 6.6 times the the annual value of pensions paid in the 2019-2020 fiscal year. The effect, Mr. Speaker, is that if the MMLPF received no further contributions, it could still continue to pay out pensions at the prevailing rate for almost 7 years. The last actuary report for the MMLPF is for the period March 2017 and has already been tabled in this Honorable House. Honorable members are advised that the next actuary review for the MMLPF is scheduled for the period ending March 31, 2020. With those brief comments, Mr. Speaker, I now read for the second time the bill entitled the Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salaries and Pension Amendment Act 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak to Ms. Better?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker, it's MP.
I recognize Honourable Member MP Gordon Patton. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the intent of this act has been told by the finance ministry over the last little while. It's just enshrining now. We're actually receiving now the legislation in relation to the intent that he's already expressed. This is effectively giving rise to what I call our make-believe pay reduction. Because what it says is that we've actually taken a reduction in salary in order for the government to try to meet some of its savings within the budget, but in order for members to not take home any less pay than they were taking before the reduction in the gross amount of salary, there's been a suspension of the payments, the permission to suspend contributions to pensions, excuse me, so that the net amount of money is not impacted. I believe that the minister has indicated several times that the more money that exists to be able to circulate in the economy, the better. So this literally is giving rise to what he's already said. I believe that the minister in his comments just now has has paid respect to my position that I have held for a long time, that pensions is not an area that we should mess around with. But the minister had indicated that notwithstanding that members who wish to will have the ability to effectively buy back their year by making voluntary contributions. I don't know the extent to which members of the legislature will find themselves in the situation of being able to, but I would suggest that if there is any possibility that they do not need to have access to the liquid funds that they would be saving by not contributing, it's probably better to contribute. I think that the ultimate impact, even though there is a set formula that is put in place for the calculation of the final pensions that people will get upon retirement from the legislature, I'm always mindful that any changing of that of the equation could negatively impact what somebody else will, what an individual will ultimately get. But very clearly, with the idea of being able to buy back, part of that lost time, the formula will probably be able to ensure that there is no negative impact to what a member will be able to receive as a pension upon their retirement. Notwithstanding what I think about it, it is, I think that when we are in a situation where we have to go down a dangerous slope of fiddling with pensions, it's always a bad thing from my perspective. However, with that said, I'm also mindful of the straitened circumstances in which we find ourselves in as a country, given some of the extenuating circumstances relating to COVID. And our financial situation, as we mentioned this morning, has been exacerbated by not just the lack of funding that the government has. We now have to go back to borrow more money in order to keep things going. But more importantly, the negative or the lack of stimulation of the economy prior to COVID, which has really put the government up against the ropes, is probably one of the reasons why we're finding ourselves in the position that we have now. We start to talk about the the new input of benefit for death of a serving member in terms of a benefit to a widow and dependent child, or then very clearly that's very positive. It's something that is in line with the PSSA, and I don't think that we have an objection to it. I just wanted to support the legislation, albeit I am uncomfortable with fiddling with pensions. I think that when we say to the public that we have taken a pay cut, it is, as I said, it's our make-believe pay reduction. But under the circumstances, I believe the minister is trying to do the best he can with the little that he has. And I believe that he's actually, up until this point in time, he's already squeezed every ounce of blood out of the stone. I don't think he can get any more. It is a little bit comforting to know that there is a 6.6 times annual value of pensions paid in 1920 in terms of $10.8 million being in the fund. And that even though the actuarial assessment, the last one was done in March of 2017, it would seem that the 2020 assessment, actuarial assessment, will be forthcoming relatively soon, and we will be able to have a determination as to what the value of the fund is, and what the actuaries determine is the extrapolated period of time for which these funds will be able to be paid. So, given those few comments, and this is the 7 years approximately that I referred to, the 6.6 years of annual value of pensions paid, is in relation to if there is no further infusion of funds into this account for the next 7 years, then the fund will still be able to be sustained. It is believed, it's my fervent belief, that during that period of time, even though this order is in place for a period of one calendar year, or one year, from July 1, 2020 to 6/30/2021, that I believe that we will at some point in time be able to make up to this. It is the hope, my fervent desire, to see that there will be some kind of economic growth, that the measures that are being put in place now will not have to be repeated. So those few comments, Mr. Speaker, I support the legislation that's been advanced here today by the minister. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, honourable member. Is there any other honourable member that would like to speak to this? No other honourable member? Minister, would you like to close up?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her contribution. Over the course of the last several weeks, I've brought before this honourable House several pieces of legislation to make amendments to our pension scheme as a way of providing relief to our citizens. I have, for the most part, Mr. Speaker, ignored the references to the pay cut that's not a pay cut. And this time I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tackle the bull by the horns and address the what I would say is somewhat misleading characterization of what it is we're trying to do. Mr. Speaker, during my brief, I mentioned that the government would be, in the case of this legislation, saving close to $1 million in cost as a result of the suspension of contributions to the pension fund and members taking a reduction in their benefits, which is equivalent, in my mind, and most people's minds, to their pay. Now, I get that sophisticated people like myself and my colleague opposite make a distinction between pay and compensation, but for all intents and purposes, they are one and the same. So we are seeing, in this case, people will give up a benefit in support of the government's initiative to reduce costs. And so I see that as savings, and I'm sure that those persons who are not getting the benefit of those contributions for the course of this year would also see it as something they're giving up to the government. With those closing remarks, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Speaker, would you like to take it into committee?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we are now in committee for the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salaries and Pensions Amendment Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this bill seeks to amend the Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salaries and Pension Act 1975 to make provision for a senator or member of the House of Assembly to elect to make voluntary contributions during the period 1st of July 2020 to the 30th of June 2021, and to provide for a capital sum payable on the death of a serving member. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 to 4 be moved.
Continue, Minister.
Clause 1 is self-explanatory. Clause 2 amends Section 10 of the Principal Act to clarify that years of service will only be counted for the purposes of the qualifying conditions for eligibility for a pension if the member has contributed to the fund throughout the period. Clause 3 amends Section 11 of the Principal Act to clarify that years of service will only be counted for purposes of calculating a member's pension if the member has contributed to the fund throughout that period. Clause 4 inserts a new Section 15AA into the Principal Act. Subsection 1 allows a member to elect to make voluntary contributions, notwithstanding that both houses of the legislature approved a resolution for the purposes of Section 15A, specifying that contributions toward the cost of pensions payable under this part shall be 0% of salary during the suspension period. Subsection 2 requires an election to be made in writing to the Accountant General on or before the 31st of July of 2020. Subsection 3 provides that a member may either continue to contribute to the fund in monthly installments at a rate of 12.5% of his salary during the suspension period, or make up those contributions by lump sum payments by the 30th of June of 2022. Subsection 4 provides that if a member makes payments in accordance with subsection 3A or B for the suspension period, that period shall be counted towards his years of service or contributions as applicable for the purposes of section 10.3 eligibility for pension, 10A deferred pension, and 11.5 calculation of pension. Subsection 5 makes provision for refund of voluntary payments in certain circumstances, and subsection 6 clarifies that section 15C1, government's contribution, does not apply to payments made under new section 15AA.
Any further speakers on clauses 1 to 4?
Mr.
The
Chairman.
chair recognizes the honorable member, Pat Gordon Pamplin. Ms. Pamplin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just have one quick question. That is under clause 4. This would be on page 2 of the bill. Clause 4, subsection 2, that a member will have to make to the Accountant General on or before the 31st of July 2020. We are now halfway through the month of July, and members may not have the opportunity to make the determination if they wish or whether they are in a position to be able to make this election, contribute voluntarily. So I'm just wondering whether the date of July 31st, 2020 could not be extended for 15 days if the minister could consider that. It would give members an opportunity to evaluate their financial position.
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that the offices of the legislature have been in touch with members with respect to their elections. I think that process started at some point either late last week or early this week. I know that I have, see the member shaking her head, I know that I have been contacted and actually have been chased, in fact, by the office of the legislature to get my election form back in. I will take the request under advisement and revert.
Any further speakers?
Thank you. Just to to verify, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Thank the minister for that. I think they probably make real money, the rest of us don't. So as a result, I have not received such correspondence. I'm not sure about my colleagues, but I'm not.
That's probably why, because you've got a lot of money.
No, no, no. You see,
Any further speakers? No further speakers. Minister, you want to move clauses 1 to 4?
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 to 4 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 4 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Clauses 1 to 4 are approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that I'd like to move clauses 5 and 6.
Continue, Minister.
Clause 5 inserts a new Part 4 into the Principal Act, new sections 15E to 15H, to provide for a capital sum payable on the death of a serving member. This is modeled on Part 8 of the Public Service Superannuation Act, 1981, which provides a similar benefit on the death of a serving public officer. Section 15E1 provides that Part 4 applies if the member has been a member for a continuous period of not less than 1 year. Section 15F allows the member to nominate in writing to the Accountant General the person or persons to whom or for whose benefit the payment may be made after the member's death. Section 15G provides for the capital sum to be paid to the nominees or to the estate representative in the absence of a nominee or the member in the amount of 1 year's basic salary as a senator or member of the House of Assembly. Section 15H provides that any payment made under the new part is in addition to any other benefits payable under the Principal Act. Clause 6 provides for commencement.
Any further speakers?
No comments on this.
Okay. No further speakers. Minister, you want to move?
Mr. Chairman, I move clauses 5 and 6 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 5 and 6 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Clauses 5 and 6 are approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It's been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Preamble approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? If there appear to be none, the bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Minister Dickerson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Members, the bill entitled "The Ministers and Members of the Legislature Salary and Pension Amendment Act 2020 is reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? No objections. The bill has been reported. We'll now move on to the next item on the order for today, which is the second reading of the Public Service Superannuation Temporary Amendment Act 2020 in the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister, would you like to present your matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Public Service Superannuation Temporary Amendment Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Are there any objections to that? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government now wishes this Honorable House to now give consideration to the bill entitled the Public Service Superannuation Temporary Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, the Public Service Superannuation Fund was established on April 1, 1982 by the Public Service Superannuation Act of 1981 and its subsequent amendments. Members will be aware the purpose of the Public Service Superannuation Fund is to provide retirement pensions for retired employees of the Government of Bermuda and the employees of various quasi-autonomous non-governmental organizations. The plan is a defined benefit plan, and its general provisions are as follows. Non-special group members contribute 8% of pay. Special group members, for example, police officers, contribute 9.5% of pay. Government matches these contributions. If an employee terminates employment in the first 8 years, he or she receives a refund of his or her contributions plus interest at 4% per annum. Employees earn a pension based on earnings and years of service in the PSSF. Employees are required to contribute to the PSSF for every year that they are employed, and the pension earned each year is 1.5% of their final earnings at retirement, and the maximum pension payable is 60% of final earnings. Mr. Speaker, honorable members are aware that COVID-19 has had a significant impact on economic activity and a severe knock-on effect on the 2020-2021 budget. The combination of lower fiscal revenues and higher public spending will cause the projected budget deficit of $19.8 million to increase significantly. Ministries have already identified savings in the following areas: delayed the start of any capital projects that have not commenced, instituting an immediate freeze on the funding of vacant posts that are not required to address COVID-19 or to protect Bermuda's national interests, continuing the ban on non-essential government travel, and reducing all discretionary spending, including grants, consultancy, training, materials and supplies, clothing and uniforms, etc. Mr. Speaker, to reduce the deficit further, other temporary payroll or government employee overhead savings have to be considered. Therefore, government has been in negotiations with unions to reduce the salaries of all public officers. Correspondingly, it is proposed to freeze employer contributions into the PSSF, with no benefits accruing under the plan for a one-year period if employees opt to suspend their contributions for the year. This is a temporary measure that will provide meaningful savings to the government and intended to provide public officers with the same level of take-home pay for public and uniformed officers to take advantage of the option to suspend contributions for a year. Honorable members are advised that over a 12-month period, the cost savings for this proposal are approximately $28.8 million in relation to the PSSF contribution cessation and approximately $37 million in relation to the salary reduction. The proposal is as follows. Employees will take a temporary reduction in their gross pay. For the period that their pay is reduced, they can opt to not make contributions to the PSSF. Government will also not make contributions to the PSSF, and the employee will not accrue pensionable service in the PSSF for this period. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides for the temporary suspension of the government's contribution into the PSSF and a temporary suspension of a member's contribution to the fund during the period 1st of August 2020 to 31st of July 2021, or for teachers, the 1st of September 2020 to the 31st of August 2021. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that the suspension of this year's contribution does not make any pension provisions of a public officer less favorable than on the date that the person joined the service. Honorable members are advised that Section 91 of the Constitution provides that any amendment to the Act should not make any pension provision of a public officer less favorable than on the date that the person joined the service. In addition, any special situations in which government contributions are factored into the benefit from the fund have been addressed in the bill. The bill currently before this Honorable House also provides for the following: provides various definitions, suspends the government's contribution, it allows a contributor to elect not to make contributions to the fund during the suspension period, it sets out the effects of a contributor not making contribution during the suspension period, and it allows a contributor to elect to repay the fund contributions due during the suspension period within 1 year following the end of the suspension period. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will be aware the government has previously started to address the problems associated with the PSSF. Based on actuarial advice, PSSF contribution rates were increased during the period 2006 to 2008 from 5% to 8% for regular members and 9.5% for uniformed officers. Mr. Speaker, this was part of a funding strategy to place the PSSF on a more stable financial footing and to attend to some long-standing PSSF-specific issues that have had a significant impact on the financial position of the PSSF. Mr. Speaker, To further improve the sustainability of the PSSF, in 2014, cost of living adjustment increases were suspended for pensioners until such time as the sustainability of the PSSF had been improved. Honorable members should note that there is no simple remedy to resolve the unfunded position of the PSSF. To assist with the comprehensive review of the PSSF, the Ministry of Finance plans to engage additional external resources to assist with the implementation of changes to the Public Service Superannuation Fund to enhance the long-term sustainability of the plan and the estimated associated cost to provide these services. Mr. Speaker, as at March 31, 2020, the assets of the fund totaled $559.9 million, roughly 7 times more than the annual projected benefit payout of some $80.3 million in pensions for this fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, although the PSSF is fully backed by the government, this fund balance provides further security of benefits. Mr. Speaker, the last actuary report for the PSSF was completed as of March 31, 2017, and has already been tabled in this Honorable House. The next report is due for the period ending March 31, 2020. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the actuarial liabilities of the fund are based on the benefits earned up to the valuation date, assuming the fund continues indefinitely. Accordingly, the majority of these obligations are not due until extended periods into the future. Nevertheless, it is important that governments take early actions to ensure that sufficient provisions are made to meet future pension obligations. This is exactly what the government did when contribution rates were increased in 2006 and the COLA provisions were suspended. With these comments, Mr. Speaker, I now read for the second time the bill entitled Public Service Superannuation Temporary Amendment Act 2020 and welcome comments from other members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to make a contribution on this matter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize that, Madam Gordon Panther. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the premise and the context of this is not dissimilar to other things that we have discussed. The Speaker has indicated in his comments in terms of the health of the fund as it exists. However, it will be shored up by the government, by the consolidated fund. I would imagine if it should fall short. It at the moment has 7 times its annual requirement or 7 times the annual payout at the moment, with a fund of $559.9 million. And we will wait until the actuarial report of 2020 is tabled in the Honorable House. The Minister spoke to unfunded liabilities and over time the history in respect of how the rates have been increased in order to help to stabilize the fund itself. The PSSF covers the service, and the Minister has effectively said that it's his intention to try to make savings for the government, and one method by which he wants to make savings is one vertical, if I can put it that way, one avenue that the Minister has at his discretion, which he has chosen to use. The question that I have is that in these instances, there are unions involved that actually support the rights and privileges of the members of the public service. So I wonder if the Minister, I didn't hear him say specifically, he may have done, but I would have missed it. I may have missed it, that in respect of the union negotiations, it would seem to me that he would have given an indication that he has the agreement of the unions to implement this recommendation or this legislation that he's bringing today. And can he just confirm whether we have the agreement of all of the unions representing all of the segments? You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that it was a few weeks back that one of the unions in particular had made some public comments to which the Deputy Speaker actually spoke on the motion to adjourn to question how appropriate it was for the position, for the public position to have been taken by that particular segment. So I'm just curious whether the minister has the acquiescence of the membership through their union negotiations. In the event that he does not have, if he hasn't been able to lock down all of the negotiations with the unions to be able to support the legislation that we are bringing, what further steps does the minister see as being necessary in order to be able to achieve the savings that he's looking at, which will be provided by the steps that are being taken under this particular legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? None, Minister?
Mr. Speaker, in the work that we have been doing with respect to getting agreement on a wide range of cost savings, most of them around employee costs, the government has been engaged with 3 public service unions, as well as the 3 associations representing members of the uniformed services. I can tell the Honorable House that we have secured the agreement of the 3 public service unions. That will be the BPSU, the BIU, and the BUT, and we remain in dialogue with the associations representing the uniformed services. Inasmuch as we are unable to garner the support of those unions, we will have to examine other options for cost savings. I'm not at liberty at this point to give more details on what those options would include.
Minister, would you like to move us to committee?
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. With those comments, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you. Deputy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in the committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled the Public Service Superannuation Temporary Amendment Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this bill seeks to amend the Public Service Superannuation Act 1981 to provide for the temporary suspension of the government's contributions to the Public Service Superannuation Fund and the optional temporary suspension of the contributor's contribution to the fund for the period 1st of August 2020 to the 31st of July 2021, or for teachers, the 1st of September 2020 to the 31st of August 2021. Mr. Chair, I move clauses 1 to 10.
Continue, Minister.
Clause 1 is self-explanatory. Clause 2 provides definitions and states that this bill applies to notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the Principal Act or in any contract or agreement. Clause 3 provides that nothing in Section 13 of the Principal Act shall be taken to require the government's contribution to the fund to be made during the suspension period. Clause 4 deems the government's contribution to the fund to have been made at the same time as the contributor's contribution in certain special cases. Clause 5 allows a contributor to elect not to make contributions to the fund during the suspension period, as would otherwise be required by Section 12 of the Principal Act. Clause 6 sets out the effects of a contributor not making contributions during the suspension period. In particular, the suspension period shall not be taken into account under the Principal Act as pensionable service, as time in the service of the government for the purposes of Section 33, vesting after 8 years, or in computing whether a contributor has contributed to the fund for a certain number of years, unless and until the contributor makes a repayment under Clause 7. However, the suspension period shall not be taken to be an interruption in a contributor's continuous contributions to the fund, and a contributor shall still be classified as a contributor even if not contributing during the suspension period. Clause 7 allows a contributor to elect to repay to the fund the amount of the monthly contribution that, but for his election under Section 5, would have been deducted from his salary during the suspension period, provided the repayment is made within a period of 1 year following the end of the suspension period, or, if sooner, before he ceases being employed in service of the government. Clause 8 clarifies that any contributions made during the suspension period or repayment of contributions under Section 7 shall be calculated on the basis of the contributor's full salary, whether or not the contributor is, for any reason, temporary reduction of salary or otherwise, receiving less than that salary at the time the contributions are made. Clause 9 modifies Section 33 of the Principal Act, rate of pension. Clause 10 amends Section 59 of the Principal Act, termination of length of service for judicial pension, to clarify in paragraph A that in determining the amount of pension, account shall be taken the full period during which a contributor was the substantive holder of a judicial office and contributed to the fund as already provided in paragraph B.
Thank you, Minister. Any further speakers?
We have no further comments on this bill, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Member Gordon Pamphlet, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. We have no further comments on any of these. We're satisfied that the minister has explained.
Thank you, Member. Any further speakers? There appear to be none. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 to 10 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 10 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Minister Dickerson.
Thank you, Deputy. Members, the bill entitled the Public Service Superannuation Temporary Amendment Act 2020 has been reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? No objections. The bill has been reported. We'll now move on to the next item on the order for this afternoon. Is the second reading of the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pension Amendment Act Number 2, Act 2020. In the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Number 2 Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Any objections to that? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to provide for the consideration of this Honorable House the bill entitled the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Number 2 Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will be aware that the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Act of 1998 provides for the establishment, administration, and regulation of private sector occupational pension plans in Bermuda. The Act became fully operational on the 1st of January 2000, and over the years, a number of amendments to the Act and regulations have been introduced to provide for various matters. Honorable members will be aware of a series of recent changes to the Act to provide for greater access by plan members to their pension funds as a result of increased financial hardships created by the COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, the National Pension Scheme legislation now provides plan members subject to satisfying certain criteria with 2 additional types of refunds, namely providing members up to a $12,000 refund for those under the age of 65 and who have not retired, and providing members up to a 25% refund for those 65 or older and who have retired. Mr. Speaker, since the commencement of the refund provisions on the 1st of June 2020, as at the 1st of July, approximately 51.92 million in combined refund applications have been approved. The breakdown of these applications is as follows. For the $12,000 refunds, total applications received, 6,976. Total number of applications approved so far, 4,382. And the total value of applications approved, $49,443,629. For the 25% refunds, total applications received, 97. Total number approved, 79. Total value of applications approved, $2,482,284. For Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has had a significant impact on economic activity and social conditions in Bermuda. In addition to these pension refunds, government swiftly introduced a number of relief measures, such as a temporary unemployment benefit for employees laid off as a result of the pandemic, allowing a temporary suspension of required pension contributions to further provide support to both employers and employees, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, both the government and the Pension Commission has increasingly received requests by members of the public to be provided with relief from the current restrictions in the relevant provisions of the Principal Act, which requires an applicant for refunds either to be retired or not retired for eligibility purposes. Government recognizes that, for example, in the case of persons over the age of 65, many have to continue to work full or part-time to support themselves and their family members during these challenging economic times. To this end, government agrees that the main criteria for refunds should be whether or not an applicant meets the age requirement for the respective refund and not whether they are retired or not. This is the primary reason for the proposed amendments to the Principal Act. Mr. Speaker, in addition, there are a number of changes to clarify the payment of the applicable annual administrative fees by both pension plans and local retirement products, and to reformat and clarify the stated applicable fees to be paid by a plan administrator, employer, and the pension fund in the case of a multi-employer pension plan. There are also a number of other related consequential amendments. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to discussing the proposed provisions of the bill with honorable members. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all of those persons within the Pension Commission, the Attorney General's Chambers, and the Ministry of Finance who have assisted with the development of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, thank you.
I recognize Honorable Gordon Patterson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is kind of deja vu by the fact that it is putting into the Principal Act the temporary amendments that had actually been made previously. So we actually we've discussed the principles and the basics of this when we looked at the temporary amendments that were made a little bit earlier around the COVID emergency situation. So it is clear that people who have the ability to draw on their pensions, that COVID perhaps by itself or even in other circumstances, that people have taken advantage of the opportunity. The minister indicated that we had 6,976 applications, of which 4,382 have actually been approved for the $12,000 element for people who were eligible to take out up to $12,000 of their pension fund. These are people who had not yet reached retirement age, and that total was $49.4 million that they had taken out. Very clearly, we've been also made to understand, which is what I had recommended at the time, is that if people did not have the necessity to take the money out of their pension funds, if they didn't need to use the money, to put the money back in as voluntary contributions, and that money would have been made available to them at their will when they needed it most. This is effectively saying that this situation obtains as a normal circumstance as opposed to just under these special circumstances. The 25% to which the minister referred for people who had reached the age of 65, where they were able to take out 25%. It was included in the temporary amendment, but in that amendment, it was not barred. The 12,000 initially was barred for a specific period of time. The 25% was not barred at that point in time. But there have been, the minister's indicated, 97 applications, of which 79 have actually been processed for a total of just under $2.5 million. It was important to see the age of retirement being 65, or that people are able to take the money out at the age of retirement when they hit 65, and that it's being clarified now that whether you are retired or not, it doesn't matter. that kind of brings my mind back to my pet peeve when it comes to social insurance, because, under those circumstances, you are entitled to social insurance at the age of 65, irrespective of whether or not you have retired. So this kind of marries and works in lockstep with the social insurance aspect, in which you are able to receive the benefit of social insurance when you hit 65. And now at the age of 65, you can take out 25% of your capital that is in your pension fund, your occupational pension fund, at that point in time. This is something that I have probably advocated for longer than I can imagine. And I say that from the perspective that when somebody gets to the age of 65, I have no doubt that they know not only how much money they have, but what they wish to do with the money that they have accumulated, what they have in their pension fund. And the idea of being forced to leave money in a pension fund in which market fluctuations can either grow or instantly diminish the balance of those funds just didn't seem to me to make a good economic planning sense. If people could have access to their money, that they would be able to do with it whatever they will, invest it however they wanted to, or put it under the mattress if that was their desire. So I was always mindful of the fact that, especially having worked for a lifetime, most people were retiring at the age of 65. Even if they, even if they weren't ready to retire, the circumstance and our social construct almost forced people to retire at the age of 65. The minister has indicated that there are many people now who find themselves at the age of 65 not really in a position to stop work because they have to continue to supplement themselves, but to be able to have access to the funds in their pensions is a positive thing for them if they so choose. They can also still continue to leave those pensions in their fund. Now, under the Principal Act, members, once they had reached pensionable age, which was 65, and if they had retired, now that retirement requirement has been stripped away. But the way it works is that if they got to 65 and they had retired, you could actually take out 7% of the balance of your funds as of December 31 of the year before, from the age of 65 up until the age of 70. Once you hit the age of 70, you then were able to take out 10% of your money. And in some instances, when you think in terms of what people have been able to amass or salt away during that period of time as part of their occupational pensions, that money really wasn't providing enough for some people that 7% or that 10%. So to have the benefit of this lump sum of 25% that they would be able to take out, it just kind of helps people with better financial planning. And I'm certainly fully supportive of this. As I said, it's something that I've been calling for. There's always been the issue of whether the pension funds would be able to sustain the demands on those pension funds to keep them, as a solvent entity, to make sure that everything is still okay if people started to pull out major sums, lump sums from their pension money. But the bottom line is, it is their money. Somebody at the age of 65, you know full well what you want to do with the money, and there's no reason why people shouldn't be able to be free to have access to that for which they have worked an entire lifetime, or from the advent of occupational pensions, and to be able to take that money out and do with it whatever they so chose. So I am fully supportive of this legislation, that this is now not just a temporary measure as we saw to help things out during COVID, but this has been enshrined is being enshrined as part of the way forward and what people can look towards to expect going forward. So with those few comments, Mr. Speaker, excuse me, I end my contribution.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak to this matter?
Mr. Speaker, I just have a brief question to ask the Honorable Minister.
Yes, you can put your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Honorable Minister, in the overview that you gave in regard to this act, you stated that applications for the $12,000 withdrawal were just under 7,000 individuals, and approximately 4,300 and change have been approved. Can you give some overview on the 2,600 approximately that have not been approved? And Mr. Speaker, we understand the predicament that we're in, so I reluctantly support withdrawal of people's funds to help us through this very difficult time. But just curious to understand the meaning of 2,600 people not being approved. Is that because of a timeline in the approval process, or applications weren't filled out correctly, or there was some other concern? I thank the Honorable Minister in advance.
Thank you. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? None? Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honorable members for their contributions. I would say that part of the impetus for these amendments is to update the regime to make sure that it is reflective of the circumstances in which we currently live. There are a number of individuals in Bermuda who have elected to work beyond the normal retirement age of 65, who were desirous of having access to their pension money as they want to enjoy their later years and enjoy the money that they've saved. And so changes that we've made, the honorable member is correct, we brought our pension legislation somewhat in alignment with the social insurance process and practices. With respect to the folks who have withdrawn money, a couple of observations. The regulations require that the administrators, once an application has been approved, have 20 days to process it and get the payment out. So I suspect that the difference between the applications received and those that have been approved is probably an issue of timing, although I can wait for a response from the Pension Commission to see if there are any that have not been processed as a result of them being incomplete in their application. And I would also say, just for the interest of honorable members, there are a number of folks who are availing themselves of the option to withdraw up to $12,000 are electing to leave the money in their pension funds as a voluntary contribution. My sense is that it is an attempt to kind of have some liquidity available to them as and when they need it, instead of taking the money and spending it. With that, Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I have one question for the minister, please.
The minister being here closed out now.
All right, okay.
What can you put your question while they're in committee? Remember, when we go to committee, you can put your question in committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, well, thank you. And with that, Minister, can you move us to committee, and the deputy can take the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you. Deputy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And there's a member who has indicated she wishes to put the question in committee, I guess. Thank you, Deputy. You have the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act Number 2, 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this bill seeks to amend the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Act 1998 and to make consequential amendments to the National Pension Scheme Lump Sum Refund Retirees Regulations of 2020, National Pension Scheme Refund Temporary Regulations 2020, the National Pension Scheme General Regulations of 1999. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 through 7 be moved.
Continue, Minister.
Clause 1 is self-explanatory. Clause 2 amends subsection 9B of section 24 of the Principal Act to allow a member or former member of a defined contribution pension plan or local retirement product who has attained the normal retirement age to apply for a lump sum refund of up to 25% of his or her account balance. Previous requirements to have retired is removed. Subsection 9C is amended to allow a member or former member of a defined contribution pension plan or local retirement product who has not attained the normal retirement age to apply for a lump sum refund of up to $12,000 during such period as may be prescribed. Previous requirement not to have retired is removed. Clause 3 amends Section 35 small pensions of the Principal Act by repealing and replacing subsections 1 and 2. Subsection 1 now provides for payment to be made to both a member or former member of a defined benefit plan that has attained the normal retirement age if the commuted value of his benefit is not more than $50,000. Subsection 2 now provides for payment to be made to both a member and former member of a defined contribution pension plan or local retirement product that has attained the normal retirement age if his account balance is not more than $50,000. The previous requirement in both subsections to have retired has been removed. Clause 4 makes consequential amendments to the National Pension Scheme Lump Sum Refund Retirees Regulations of 2020. In particular, the word retiree has been deleted from the title and citation. Regulations 2 and 3 have been amended to provide for both a member or former member of a defined contribution pension plan or local retirement product who has attained normal retirement age to apply for a lump sum refund of up to 25% of his account balance. The previous requirement to have retired is removed. For the sake of completeness, Regulation 9 has been amended to insert a requirement that the Commission notify persons whose applications have been denied and to give a reason for its decision. While the Commission currently does this on a voluntary basis, this will make it a mandatory requirement. Clause 5 makes a consequential amendment to the National Pension Scheme Refund Temporary Regulations 2020 in the definition of applicant to provide for both a member and former member of a defined contribution pension plan or local retirement product who has not attained the normal retirement age to apply for a refund of up to $12,000 during the period prescribed by those regulations. The previous requirement not to have retired is removed. Clause 6 amends the National Pension Scheme General Regulations of 1999. Regulation 19 fees has been amended in paragraph 1A to include a reference to local retirement products. While the format of the existing paragraph 1B has been modified, the substantive amendment provides for the payment of annual administrative fees out of the pension fund of a multi-employer pension plan. And Clause 7 provides for the commencement of the Act by the Minister of Finance by notice published in the Gazette. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There any further speakers?
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Pamplin, continue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to find the, okay, page 1, clause 2, subsection B.
Section B?
Sorry?
You say section B is the boy?
Subsection B, clause 2, page 1, towards the bottom of page 1, subsection B. It speaks to lump sum where a member or former member of a defined contribution plan or local retirement product will attain a normal retirement age of up to 20% of his account balance as may be prescribed. I wonder if the minister just could, for the edification of the public, advise or confirm that that 25% can be made at the same time that the normal annual withdrawal of the 7% between ages 65 to 70 and the 10% from age 70 on, that these can also be as well, that this is including one or the other.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the amounts, 25 and 7, are additive, cumulative, and so and not a
replacement for.
Not a replacement of one or the other. So if you did it, it's not. If you take 7, then you can go back and still get 25, as opposed to you take 7 and you can get 18. It's you can take both. You can take up to 32.
Thank you. That was clarity for the edification of the public. That's very important to understand. I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Any further speakers?
did have one of my colleagues who have a question, Honorable Member Scott.
No, any other speakers, they'll can speak for themselves, member. Any further speakers? There appear to be none. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 to 7 be approved.
It is been moved that clauses 1 to 7 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It is been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It is been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Minister Dickerson. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy. Members, are there any objections to the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pension Amendment Act Number 2, 2020 being reported to the House as printed? There are none. It has been reported. That closes that matter. We move on to the next item. Minister of Finance, am I correct in that item 6 is being carried and we're doing item 7, right? We're carrying the trust and we're doing the registrar of companies.
Yes, I have it as 5, and then 5 being carried, 6 being debated now.
Okay, no problem. The members, we're now on to the second reading of the Registrar of Companies Supervision and Regulation Act 2020. In the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Registrar of Companies Supervision and Regulation Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Are there any objections to that? No objections, Minister, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to introduce to this honorable House the Registrar of Companies Supervision and Regulation Act 2020 to facilitate greater efficiency and cost effectiveness in aspects of Bermuda's regime for continued compliance with international standards set by the Financial Action Task Force. Mr. Speaker, this bill will transfer the anti-money laundering, anti-terrorist financing supervisor responsibilities from the Financial Intelligence Agency to the Registrar of Companies in relation to dealers in high-value goods. The Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, CFATF, recently completed an assessment of Bermuda's AML-ATF regime and a strongly positive report published by FATF in January of 2020. Bermudian authorities continue to proactively work on strengthening the effectiveness of the regime, including enhancing the cost-effectiveness and efficiency of the regime. The amendments contained in this bill will address this in relation to the AML-ATF supervision of dealers in high-value goods. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas of focus of Bermuda's mutual evaluation assessment was Bermuda's approach to the supervision of the sector described by the FATF as designated non-financial businesses and professionals, or DNFBPs. This sector is comprised of several businesses and professional groups, such as lawyers, accountants, trusts, and company service providers. Also, it includes real estate dealers and dealers in precious metals and stones. At present, dealers in precious metals and stones are covered under Bermuda's AML-ATF laws in the category described as dealers in high-value goods. This category also includes dealers in cars, boats, trucks, and motorcycles, as well as auctioneers. The AML-ATF supervision of this group of businesses is currently being carried out by the FIA, whose primary statutory role is that of financial intelligence. Mr. Speaker, early in the development of Bermuda's AML-ATF framework, when it was initially determined that the FIA would be an AML-ATF supervisor, it was intended that FIA would regulate DNFBPs. However, this would not include trusts and company service providers who were to be regulated by the Bermuda Monetary Authority. This approach was generally similar to that taken in jurisdictions such as Canada, Australia, and Barbados. However, subsequent policy decisions resulted in the FIA only being designated as an AML-ATF supervisor for dealers in high-value goods, while the other sectors, such as real estate, casino gaming, lawyers, and accountants, were assigned to other supervisors. Mr. Speaker, consistent with the FATF's approach to supervision of dealers in precious metals and stones, Bermuda's registration requirements for dealers in high-value goods is based on a cash threshold, although the amount is lower than the FATF threshold. Therefore, only dealers in high-value goods that wish to accept cash above the prescribed threshold of $7,500 are required to be registered and be required to comply with the AML ATF regulations. In 2018, only 2 dealers in high-value goods registered with the FIA. However, as of the 30th of June 2020, there were no registered entities, as retailers are making operational decisions to refuse cash transactions at or above the statutory threshold. Notwithstanding this, there is still the need for the whole sector to be monitored to ensure that unregistered dealers of high-value goods do not intake cash above the statutory threshold and that they maintain operational practices to ensure this. The need for continued monitoring of the sector would require the FIA to continue to maintain a supervisory program with appropriate resources to support this, even when there are no registered entities and no fees being paid to defray the costs. Mr. Speaker, the primary function of the FIA is to gather, analyze, and disseminate financial intelligence and to work in partnership with other competent authorities to digest and utilize this intelligence. As a result of requirements imposed by international bodies on the security of the intelligence function, supervisory staff within the FIA cannot be involved in the FIA's intelligence work. As clear security partitions have to be created between the intelligence and supervisory functions. In the existing circumstances, continuing to have the FIA as the AML ATF supervisor is not cost-effective nor efficient. Therefore, it is important for Bermuda to transfer the supervision of dealers in high-value goods from the FIA to a suitable supervisor with the relevant expertise. Mr. Speaker, by legislation, the Registrar of Companies is also the Superintendent of Real Estate, to whom statutory powers have been given and financial and other resources have been provided to facilitate the AML ATF supervision of the real estate sector. Substantial work has been done by the Superintendent to develop a robust supervisory program and to enhance the skills and capacity within the ROC to competently carry out this work. The success of their efforts to date have been favorably assessed in Bermuda's recently published mutual evaluation report. In light of this, the bill seeks to leverage the existing supervisory capabilities and resources within the ROC and thus relieve the FIA of the responsibility to continue as the AML ATF supervisor for dealers in high-value goods. Mr. Speaker, the bill enacts legislation to give effect to the new supervisory responsibilities that are assigned to the ROC. Additionally, to further facilitate the transfer of responsibilities from the FIA to the ROC, the bill also makes miscellaneous amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act of 1997, the Anti-Terrorism, Financial, and Other Measures Act of 2004, the Proceeds of Crime, Anti-Money Laundering, and Anti-Terrorist Financing Supervision and Enforcement Act of 2008, the Financial Intelligence Agency Act of 2007, and the Proceeds of Crime, Anti-Money Laundering, and Anti-Terrorism Financing Regulations of 2008. Mr. Speaker, the totality of the new legislation, together with the miscellaneous amendments provided for the transfer of supervision of dealers in high-value goods from the FIA to the ROC, and gives effect to this change in responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Member Gordon Benson. You have the floor. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just had a question, because I think the minister has explained the purpose for which this transfer is being made from the FIA, so that they effectively have firewalls between those who are gathering and analyzing data that, which is the remit of the FIA, and then regulating it. But in the transfer of these functions to the registrar of companies. It seems to me that the registrar is taking on a bigger responsibility of being a regulator. I believe historically the registrar of companies has been more a repository. Thank you. Has been more a repository for information as opposed to a regulator. So with that thought process, I wonder if the minister can allow me to understand why or whether the registrar of companies actually has the funding and to enhance their infrastructure to become a regulator. It seems to me, I understand that with the data report that the move makes eminent good sense, but I'm just not certain that I understand whether the registrar of companies is effectively powered up, sourced up to be able to take on this regulatory function. I know that the minister indicated on the FIA, on these high value dealers, for 2018, there were only 2 dealers. In 2020, there were no registrations. So it might be a question of saying that there's, the responsibility goes over to the ROC, but there's really no extra work for them to do because there was very little, if any, registration. But with that said, I'm not certain whether no registrations is indicative of no activity within the operations, or whether there are operations that are still going on that are effectively not complying with the existing rules and regulations. I'm just a little bit mindful that the more we take responsibilities and strip them away from one area and put them into another, and I know that I've had lots of interaction historically, none recently because I'm no longer in the corporate field, but certainly historically there were lots of delays, with information that was being required by the registrar of companies, and I believe that they were able to catch up and become a lot more efficient with their processes. But if we're going to pile extra stuff onto them, I just want to be comfortable that they have the resources to ensure that they are able to keep on top of their workload. Because very clearly, anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing are very critical to our, not just the stability of the country, but also meeting international standards for excellence that we are required to do. I believe the OECD has those demands of us. Everybody wants us to maintain certain standards, and things that could conceivably have transactions that may not necessarily be able to be traced per se. Things such as, I know the minister indicated cars, boats, trucks, cycles, and the like, but with those types of operations, these, I would imagine that the values there, even though they are deemed to be in the class of the high value transactions, I'm not certain that the monetary value, it's low at $7,500. At the $7,500 threshold, I don't think that there is much that somebody would be able to work around if they say, well, you know what, I'll deposit $5,000 of the $7,500 today, and then the rest of it on another day. So I'm just curious as to whether the 2020 having no registration, what is going to be gained in terms of efficiencies, but also in terms of fulfilling our international requirements by moving this over to the registrar of companies. I think that the BMA historically have had oversight over certain areas, but the BMA, you will recall, Mr. Speaker, has been staffed up incredibly well in terms of the amount of resources that have been provided by provided to the BMA. The BMA as an organization is almost a mini government all by itself, and they have all the necessary bells and whistles and assistance that they need in every aspect of what they need to do. They may disagree that they are short-staffed in certain areas, but I believe generally they have all that they need. are we putting too much pressure on the registrar of companies and changing their functions from that of being a repository to that of being a regulator? And what resources have we put in place to ensure that we're satisfied that they are able to be to do their job, to keep us on the right side of the reporting of the FATF and everything else, keep us on the right side, make sure that they have the resources for it, which we are now asking them to take charge. So those few comments, Mr. Speaker. I think I did have one other comment. If you just give me 1 second, I did have another question, and that is when we look at the necessity, as we spoke about, as has been topical over the course of this past week, when we're looking on the restrictions on disclosures in this information. What does within the registrar of companies and within this legislation, there's a restriction of disclosure of certain restrictions in terms of disclosing certain information. I'm just curious to know whether the disclosure and opening the books in the registry for beneficial ownership are going to have any kind of impact on this particular area. It may not, but the thought came up when I looked at the issue in terms of the the restrictions on disclosures. So those few comments and questions, Mr. Speaker, I will allow others to contribute.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
That sounds like the Deputy Opposition Leader. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, about a month ago, I was coming out of the parking lot in Parliament, and I saw the Minister of Finance. And we had a brief conversation, and he said to me, he says, since I've been in Parliament, I've been assessing the personalities of people in Parliament. And he went through different people and what their kind of theme was. And he said, for you, your theme is, and I won't say the words we said, but it was essentially that the OECD and FATF and all of the alphabet regulator industries are just not, I'm not fans of them. And I'm not, and this is just a continuation of the regime that they continue to impose upon us as a jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. But in terms of the comments that I have to make, I would like to continue on the theme that my colleague has set, and that is my concern is that the Registrar of Companies has always been a repository of information, and it has always been a dispenser of information. So that when you need something, if you need a memorandum of association, or you need to find out some public information about a company, they're the ones that give you that information.